I hope you're all doing good. Uh, Here we are. It's another episode. We're doing it. It's gender blending, and I know less about what I'm doing tonight than I've probably ever known. Grimpy, oh my god, both of you. Thank you both. You have both been some of my strongest supporters, and I'll never be able to thank you both appropriately. Yo, what's up, Joey the Bastard? I hope you're good. Thanks for joining. We have a very loose agenda for the evening. I'm probably gonna bounce around between a bunch of stuff and just kind of hang out, talk about life, respond to whoever's there, and you know, do our plans. And so what are we gonna do tonight? I'm gonna draw I'm gonna draw some thunder prints because it's relaxing to me, and I also find it funny. And then what else are we gonna do? We're gonna listen to Terrence Mckenna. Because apparently that's something that I really enjoy doing, is just proselytizing Terrence Mckenna and his weird ideas. So for those of you who might be new here, this is Gender Blending, and I'm Paige. Recently, I've been thinking that, like, if people want to call me Riley, then they can call me Riley, too. That's okay. Paige is a fake name, and so is Riley, but they're both nice. And, you know, I'm very different in the short time that I've been gone, and I have learned a lot and done a lot. I've been off doing computer programming for months and months and months, trying to build a career and failing. But you know, you have to try in order to fail. You have to go out there and do it. And you know, I am debating whether or not I even want to pursue software engineering as a field or not. And I'm sure we're going to dig into that as we go. Nabil, Joey, Grimpy, I don't know who else is here right now. I tend to not look at the list that much. I've been going around reminding people that 11 years ago, we released a little game called Skyrim, and it is still being ported today. Soon we are going to have weed bowls that you can play Skyrim on while you smoke. And there's Sophie. And did Automod block that? Yo, Sophie, I'm sorry, it's after you for weirdos. But we added the permitted term, and we are gonna get weird in here because we're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna. And I chose a really particular Terrence McKenna talk called Choosing Your Fate, because that's what I'm doing. I'm choosing my fate. They are squeezing the money out of the game. Yes, I've been missing everyone who comes in here and allows me to spew my word vomit into the world and just be receptacles for my thought. And it's weird. I truly I know less about the world than I've ever known, and that's very, very apparent to me. But you know, I exist, so ignorant may I be, I feel compelled to try and bring happiness where I go and do what I can in every situation. But I'm in pretty good spirits. I'm honestly in good spirits, despite the position that I'm in, being unemployed currently. In that jar, it literally looks like poo water. Well, you know, I mean, in some ways, coffee is poo water, I guess. It precipitates poo sometimes, typically in the morning, I would say, in particular. I think Bud can do that too. Well, anyways, so I mean, I guess. Yeah. True. Good point. True. Very true. So, this is my new room. I moved. That's one of my developments. Yes, my bike. I was gonna talk about all my life developments tonight, because this is the show where I do that. And um, one of the developments is that I'm trying to be a biker now. I'm a biker. Because in October, I ran my first marathon ever. And I have fucked up my body enough running that I don't feel I need to do it anymore. I think this is going to be easier on my body, and so I've been biking. However, I've not had as much time to bike as I want. I probably have been going maybe twice a week. I'd really like to be doing it like 4 to 5 times a week, ideally. But I've been running and biking. But that's not the point of tonight. And here we go again, auto mod. I should just like literally turn it off sometime, but you know, I'll just get upset again as soon as as soon as a troll comes in here and says something mean about me. Whoa, you're not a biker, but that's reserved for actual bike. Ah, yes, I'm a cyclist. No, that's definitely true, very true. Yeah, I'm barely a cyclist. I'm as much of a cyclist as I am a programmer. uh, which is, I own a bike and I own a computer. No, but I've been spending like 6 months, it feels like at this point, like really trying to just dive into software engineering, which to be fair, it's like I've been very distant from programming for a long time. New World, hello, thank you for dropping in. I'm talking a little bit about my life. I'm gonna try not to talk about my life for too long because I want the stream to mostly be focused on philosophy and stuff, but I'm sort of like just updating everyone on where I'm at. And I don't know how I'm gonna get by, and that's what we're talking about tonight. But I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up entirely. I do want to stream. That's definitely one of the life goals here, because doing this brings me a lot of joy. It's extremely cathartic to just talk about. Giving up is boring. I like wish that I could. I wish that I could, but if I gave up, I just feel like it'd be like that much shittier than trying. I don't know, because like if I gave up, then I'd probably like literally end up on the streets, and that sounds worse than toiling eternally against the capitalist system, which is essentially what I guess I'm doing. But that's what we're all doing. Okay, so talking about programming, what did I do? I'd been working in human services for years and years. Pretty much the reason that I chose that career was because it felt like a safe bet for me to provide for myself and do some good for the world, and also have health insurance, pretty much. And I did that until I was able to sort of pay for my transition and be totally happy and content. Rose Armies, hello! Thank you for joining. I am so glad to see everyone here, and I hope the music's not too obtrusive. I'm trying to keep it like kind of quiet, and I don't even have it playing in my headphones because I just find it distracting. But Rose Armories, thank you for joining us, and I'm just talking about my sort of career and where I'm at personally right now. I'll probably be streaming for like several hours here, because right now I don't have a job and it's about to be the weekend. And now here's the thing though, is that I do have an interview lined up Monday, and it looks very, very good. I didn't realize that I had myself on as live tonight. You know, it was really a last second decision. You had 10 minutes. Oh my God. That's the best. I hope the HRT is treating you really well. For me, being on hormones just kept getting better and better for the first several years, and then it just continued getting better and better, and it continues to get better and better. um, so I did human services work, and that was basically to afford my transition. And once my transition was afforded to me, I felt like I could kind of breathe. I was like, I have to like do something more for the world, because I was sort of like not happy where I was. And just like professionally, I feel like talking to people um is like one of the things that I'm good at, but only when they're like voluntary participants. And the people who are like being supported in these clinical settings, by and large, are being like literally oppressed into that. And like, so I'm almost like trying to set up like my own sort of private like counseling service on the side here, and streaming is part of that. And I am not going to give up on technology. I'm going to keep learning about technology, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the boot camp that I did anyways, and talk about my short stint as an actual total professional programmer. And so that's what we're going to talk about here. But then we'll listen to some Terrence McKenna, and I'm going to draw. And then I'm gonna probably maybe play some video games or something. I don't know. But I didn't actually finish talking about the fact that this is a new house that I'm in, and it's kind of integral to the story, because when I first got this programming job, I had to move at the same time, and it was very overwhelming. And I almost felt this like branch in my life where it was like I was being forced into a new job and a new place to live all together at the same time. And I could really only focus on one, truthfully. It was really hard. I asked if I could start the job later, and they said I could not. And so they kind of like rushed me into this position. And I'll talk about that. I'll dive into that a little bit more. Um, but I love this place. I love this room. It's got a beautiful setup for streaming here. I'm really into this. Like, it kind of looks the same as my last room in certain ways. I guess it's a lot of the same aesthetic. Mr. Crinkle, hello. It's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm taking my time telling a pretty boring story. So, but that's the thing, is that I'm actually gonna like really try and dig into just like this really slow stream vibe. I think it goes against the current, and it also is kind of me. And like since the beginning of this, I've just wanted to make something that is completely me. And I feel like society, like with TikTok and with Twitter and stuff, it's all very short wavelength thoughts. It's all very, and that's not to say that there's not incredible insights and ingenious things that can be delivered in short spurts. I'm very interested in saying one idea over the course of 7 hours. So I'm for the crazy people out there who want to do the Charlie Kelly, connect the fucking like strings on the map with the X's and try and figure out where Pepe Silva is. I have no idea. I don't actually think there was a Pepe Silva. Okay. All right. One really good thing, I forget if I said this before when I was streaming, is that I was unable to smoke weed. I was unable to smoke weed because I was looking for a job, and the company that I was working for, you could not smoke weed. And now I can smoke weed, and that has bolstered my mental health a lot, and that's actually part of the story. But I am smoking and I'll be smoking tonight, and I actually haven't really streamed and smoked like that much, I feel like, because I was like preparing to like do this career search and stuff. I don't know, maybe I did, but now I feel like I can do it more freely, which is sweet. There it is. Yeah, in fact, maybe we should just like actually imbibe. But why don't we actually wait until we start this Terrence McKenna talk? And like, I think the way we might do it is just listen to Terrence McKenna for a bit, and then I might talk more about my actual life experience, because I have so much to say. It's going to take hours and days, probably. I mean, I've been gone for 6 months. Like, how do you even go through it all, right? And like, I'm, the attention span is so hard, because it's like, on the internet, like if you're gone for one day, it only felt like 3. Well, I might have done like scattered streams at the end, but like I feel like there was at least a month there where I might have been streaming like once or twice. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as long as I thought, but it feels like it was forever, to me at least. It felt like it was a very long time, because I started my class in like June, and it is November now. It's the beginning of November, and so June to July is 1 month, and then August is 2, and then September is 3. Okay, so we're at 5 months. But I did stream a little bit after my class started, so I guess maybe it's been like 3.5 months, I'll say. We can say it's 3 though, so that you're right. You got a tongue piercing. Yo, I really want like nose piercings and stuff, but like I don't know if I can handle like more recovery right now. I'm so tired. But yeah, it ruins your teeth and gums. Oh my god, I didn't know that about those. I think that they're pretty sick though, to be honest. I'm a big fan of piercings, big fan of tattoos. Yeah, I was talking about how I chose the Terrence McKenna talk, Choosing Your Fate, because it felt like apropos as to what's going on with my own life, because I'm currently choosing my fate. I'm choosing what am I going to do for the rest of my life? What am I going to do for the next like several months? What am I going to do for the next 10 hours? I barely even know. And that's okay. I feel like I ride the wave of insecurity like better than most people, because like I'm just like astonished all the time, and I've been so poor like most of my life. I like that it's not that different for me, to be honest. Having this piano behind me is the greatest blessing I could ever ask for, and I might not have it forever, but having it now is pretty amazing. And yes, if you're wondering, that drawing on the piano is Terrence McKenna, who we'll be listening to tonight. In fact, you know what? Why don't we just get into the Terrence McKenna talk, and I'll smoke a little, and maybe I can start drawing. I can show you that we're gonna do some Thunder Prince drawings tonight, probably. I was thinking about starting with this one, maybe, but we'll see. Here we go. How do we get over here? I'm thinking about drawing this. Oh, you actually have nothing on your screen. Hold on. Let's get this back up. I should totally get a nose piercing. The pain is nothing. Literally just 3, 2, 1. Pain like your nose being punched, and then 2 minutes it passes. Just have to clean it with saline for a couple months. It doesn't hurt or anything. I truly do believe that. There we go. Now you should kind of start seeing it. I'm thinking about drawing that, but we might do a different drawing. We're gonna do some Terrence McKenna on Choosing Our Fate. And I'm gonna smoke, and I'll comment on it too, and I'll just be like drawing, and we'll listen to this and hang out, and I might like do some Final Fantasy. Yeah, I will get my nose pierced eventually though. I just like don't know if I have the heart right now, because like even my ear piercings, they just like they took a lot out of me. They took a lot out of me. I actually was like going into tonight like I should talk about like what a weak constitution I have. I truly don't know if I was like born with a weak constitution, or if I like developed it as I grew up, but like I am not strong or like I have no endurance. My constitution stat is very low. I feel like I have other gifts, but at like the slightest upset stomach, I just like cry and give up. And I'm so tired all the time. Oh gosh. And so a nose piercing does scare me. But at the same time, I believe you. I believe it might heal faster than the ears. I don't know why things really. Oh, tooth issues are so bad. I'm so scared of tooth things. Okay, let's listen to Terrence McKenna talk about choosing our fate, and I'm gonna maybe start drawing. It's Thunder Prince drawing. And I'll get to smoke on stream for the. I think this might be the first time I've smoked on stream, but I'm gonna try and like breathe the smoke away from my computer because I've heard it's kind of bad to just like let the smoke go into your computer. Luckily, I do have a pretty well ventilated room. It's pretty large in here and with windows and stuff. Okay, let's listen to some Terrence McKenna. Let's get this going. Oh, and I'm gonna need to turn my playlist off. Probably we don't need that on. And we're going to turn the desktop audio up. And let me know if this is too loud or loud enough. Or
a lot of familiar faces.
You don't have to if you don't want.
Too much time.
It's kind of quiet.
Introducing myself. The way
let me. I think that's going to do it. Let's see this.
I view this. This is about a 9 or 10 hour.
That somehow made it like worse, which is impressive.
Oh, sure.
Okay, that seems pretty good. Okay, we're gonna bring this back to the beginning. Terrence McKenna, choosing our fate.
A lot of familiar faces, so I won't spend too much time introducing myself. The way I view this is about a 9 or 10 hour exposure of us all to each other, and it's too short a time to teach an orthodox ethnobotany class or even a survey course in ethnobotany. But it's longer than the normal hour or 2 hour talk with questions that I give. So I'm hopeful that there will be a lot of interaction and that you've come prepared with questions and that you have special interests that we can develop as we go along. It would be possible for me to simply teach this like a survey course and explain to you the state of the various disciplines which bear on ethnobotany and ethnopsychopharmacology and shamanism. But I think it would be more useful if I stated my own bias and then sort of presented the information from that point of view, because the people who have created the modern science of ethnobotany really didn't intend to do so. It's one of these hybrid sciences like folk taxonomy.
Thank you. For some reason, Roxor Soxor. Oh, yo!
I bought my head. You too?
Autumn. It's so good to see you. We're delving into Terrence McKenna. We're hanging out. I bumped my head. You too? We might do some drawing soon. Thank you so much for joining, and everyone go follow Roxor Soxor. Let's keep listening.
Ethnobotany that arise when one discipline seems to overlap into another,
oh, there we go.
So that no real firm foundation for thinking about what ethnobotany and ethnopsychiatry, what these things really are, was ever laid. And I think, by way of sort of a preliminary suggestion as to how that might work, that we have to think about two factors which form human populations and human experience generally. And these are geography, which creates the context in which we find ourselves, and language, with which we create the context we would wish to be in. So we sort of are bound by geography, but freed by language. And this has led to very interesting situations. The geographical and biogeographical facts which lie behind a given area are not very frequently present in the minds of anthropologists.
I'm doing like desktop organization right now. Let me turn the music back on. Let me turn the music back on to say hi to Rachikuka. We're hanging out. It's good to see you. This is the juxtaposition from Terrence McKenna to myself is fucking crazy, because like I feel like Terrence and I are like some sort of like connected in some way. Terrence McKenna being like leagues more interesting than me, but like I feel like my actual like delivery of material is really drawn from inspiration from Terrence. I love Terrence so much. Anyways, that's what we're doing right now, is we're just listening to Terrence talk about choosing our fate, which is something that we probably can't even do in capitalism. I'm really, really hoping that things sort of come together. And I think that they will, because of like my crazy like metaphysical beliefs about technology. I am someone who considers myself a technostic, and I basically shorthand believe in the singularity and view that as a positive thing. So basically that means I have no idea what the fuck the universe is, but I'm here, I'm alive, or something, I think. I keep wondering like how valid believing in my own existence is, because I don't know how the world can keep existing right now, given the resource extraction and all that. It just seems like, how is our world not gone like already? And I just believe in creation at this point, and that's one of the good things right now in my life, is that I've been like creating so very much, and this is actually just one of the examples of that, is that I'm trying to get back to my roots, and I'm really trying to dig into like my imagination, and just I'm trying to tap into the freedom of the imagination, because I'm trying to think of like practical ways that I can make the world better around me always. And one of those things is streaming. I think that I I think I have something niche, and when you have something niche, you have to be it in order for it to be. And if you don't, then it's like, I mean, that's okay too. But here we are, and we're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna more, and we'll get back to talking about my life later. I'm also gonna start drawing a thing. I'm gonna start drawing a T-Prints drawing, and you're gonna see that as well here. I'm just gonna do some like desktop management while we listen to Terrence McKenna.
Or even botanists who investigate these areas. For instance, two portions of the Earth's surface that I have familiarity with are Malaysia and Indonesia and the Amazon basin. And these are two very different kind of situations. What you have with Indonesia is the abutting of a shallow ancient continent against the Eurasian landmass, so that at the place in Thailand called the Isthmus of Kra, what you actually can see there is the migration of Eurasian species and Austral-Indian species across a migratory line. So there's an intermixing of flora and fauna at that point. The number of species in an ecology is directly related to the utilizability of the environment by human populations, and this is true of foods as well as drugs and poisons and other kinds of intoxicants. So that there are two situations in which you get ultra-dense speciation. Continental land masses which have been above water for very long periods of time, so that evolution has gone on uninterrupted by catastrophism. And the two most obvious examples that biogeographers study are the Madagascan, the Madagascan land mass, which includes Seychelles and Madagascar and portions of India, and the South American continent. The South American continent has been above water about 120 million years. So that's 120 million years of continuous speciation at the equator. So there's an extremely dense number of species there, sometimes up to several thousand per square mile. And this is a situation that you don't get in the temperate zone. Temperate zone forests tend to be monocultural and have a low species density. Sometimes, for instance, the Canadian forest is comprised by about 20 species. This is why the
animals or plants?
Plants. Climaxed so-called tundra forest is a very so-called monocultural climax. Brian, could I ask you to go to the car and get the big box which is in the back of the Chevy? It's parked down the street a mile. If you could bring the whole thing, that would make it easier. So this is the situation that you start out with, is these intense interrelationships between human beings and plants require species-dense floral environments to get going. Now the reason there's a species-dense environment in Paramalaya, as it's called, is because two continents are colliding there, and the species from both sides are drifting and intermingling, so that in Malaysia, even though it's a small landmass, not a continental landmass, you get a very dense speciation. You see, all of Indonesia was once a continent called Sundaland, very recently, in fact, perhaps as recently as a couple of million years ago. And then with the rise of the sea, this continent was turned into a series of islands, and speciation proceeded on each island according to the constraints of that particular ecosystem. And with the rising and falling of the sea level and the islanding and reuniting of different land masses over several cycles of glacial melt, it acted as a pump for evolution, and you see a fantastic species density there as well. So for people interested in the ethnobotany of hallucinogens, this poses a problem, because the distribution of hallucinogens is very lopsided in favor of the New World. In other words, of 800,000, more or less, angiosperms that have been classified, only 20 or so are major hallucinogens, even though several thousand contain psychodynamic alkaloids of one sort or another. But the problems which interfere in their utilization range from low concentration to coincidental appearance with a toxic compound of some sort. This is why, and there are borderline cases, drugs where a hallucinogen will occur with a toxic or emetic compound, but has still been utilized culturally. For instance, morning glory seeds are a good example of that. The seeds of Ipomaea purpura, which is a New World convolvulaceous climber, a morning glory, contain compounds which are related to LSD, but active in a magnitude larger dose. But also coincident with this compound occurs ester coumarin, which is a very strong emetic, makes you vomit. So folk utilization of these morning glories had to develop a way to separate these things out. And this is one of the issues that ethnobotanists have to grapple with, and students of culture generally, which is, how has it happened that these plant interactions have been discovered and utilized by people? And it isn't only plant interactions, it's strange dyeing, I mean, not only drug interactions, it's strange dyeing technologies, technologies for etching metal, technologies for curing wounds. All, how did they know what to do with each particular plant? For instance, a case about which we'll hear a lot this weekend, because I will talk about it, and tomorrow my brother will come in and talk about it as well, is this drug complex in South America called ayahuasca, where two plants are brought together, neither of which is particularly active by itself, but together they utilize the pharmacological principle of monoamine oxidase inhibition and create a powerful hallucinogen. So when you go into the field, you have to bear in mind the background geography, thank you, of the situation. For instance, the Amazon situation is unique on the planet. The Amazon is the largest river in the world. It's estimated that 20 to 30% of the world's oxygen is being generated by those forests. And yet, the Amazon is a river which once flowed the opposite direction. Before the separation of the African and South American continent 220 million years ago, there was a river which rose in the mountains of Niger and flowed west across the vast expanse of what was then a portion of Gondwana land. Is that right? I think so. And it emptied into the Pacific Ocean. And then when the continents separated, there was subduction of the Nazca Plate under the South American continent, and the entire continent shifted very, very slightly. But because it was basically planar, this slight shift was enough to reverse the flow of the river. And then, of course, the Andes rose, and they're still rising. And so this ecological catastrophe, if you wish, looms very large in looking at the way species were distributed through the Amazon. Now, all these things went on long, long before the advent of man, but they explain the species distribution, the situation as human beings found it when they entered the New World. And when that happened, and the dates now are very controversial, with the most radical people saying that it was up to 2 million years ago, which is considered absolutely unsupportable by the mainstream anthropological opinion, which thinks, that a date of 60,000 years is very high. But whatever happened, it appears that people entered the Amazon both by the Caribbean islands, by a radiation which came down across North America, through Florida, through the Caribbean islands. There's one school that believes that Mexico was actually repopulated from the south, that the wave of migration was a great hook passing through the Caribbean and then up the Amazon. But there's very little data, so that there are many competing schools about the history of early man in the Amazon. The point of view I just stated is that of this geographer Donald Lathrop, who studied the languages in the basin and concluded that based on the way cognates proliferate, the languages must have been carried
Straight
from the
even haven't even
mouths
been
of the
looking at
rivers
chat.
up to the headwaters. Previous to that,
But I
the
hope you're all having a good
anthropological
time.
theory that held was that large human
Yo!
populations could not arise in
It
the
makes you wait 10
rainforest.
minutes to chat. Here we are. What day is it? We're at November like 12th or something? 11th? We're on there. If you're not a follower, it does. For some reason, it didn't have me as a follower or a subscriber. Well, hey, now we're here. Oh, great. I'm very glad to hear that. Because doing any good in the world is something. I feel like I'm just too old. I'm sort of like, okay, let's talk about life again for a second because I'm here. Let's go back to this mode. I mean, it didn't matter either way, but yeah, thank you for me. You're always on top of everything. The Chud Sniper, I'm never gonna forget it. And my landlady was like, "What's a Chud?" I'm like, basically a conservative fascist. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get into biking now, and so like, if we're talking about my life has changed dramatically, right? I barely even talked about like the job proper, and obviously I'm not gonna like go into details about what happened, but basically I was with a company that like trains programmers, and then after parting ways with that company, I had a lot of things happen all together at the same time, and so the things that happened were that I had to move and I had to get a new job, and I also had medical things that were happening at the same time in my like personal life. And basically it made it so that every single one of those things went as badly as possible. But one among all of the failures in my life, I've also had immense fortune, and one of those things is my beautiful, beautiful bike. Because I have been trying to get into it, and I went shopping for a long time for a good bike, and I found that one on Craigslist for a reasonable price, and it served me very well. I've really enjoyed it a lot, and running and biking is like a combo that I really, really enjoy. I was with this company and they trained me to be a programmer on the .NET stack, and I felt relatively capable by the end. I was like, I'm gonna be able to do this professionally. And I went out and I applied at a bunch of places. If you're wondering, this is me playing piano in the background, by the way. I don't know if you can even hear it very well. I should actually have this down. This is Claude Debussy's Arabesque. This is actually from Final Fantasy, which is a game I might play later. I was wrong about the source. So, I was with a company that trains programmers, and I learned the .NET stack, and it is a lot of information. I will be learning it for the rest of my life. I'm never going to stop learning how to program. I'm never going to stop learning new things in general. But I don't know if programming is what I want to do, because by the end of this course, I was already like stressed as I could possibly be. Like, people aren't actually there to like have fun, and I go everywhere like trying to make it as fun as possible. Anyways, so I learned the .NET stack, and I practiced making pretty fun applications, but it ended up being very contentious among the programmers. And so basically we were learning how to make CRUD applications. And for those of you who are not familiar, a CRUD application means create, update, Create, read, update, delete. CRUD. Create, read, update, delete. So that's like a really basic application. And it's the foundation of a lot of applications. And I took a risk. I took a huge risk. I ended up getting a job by myself instead of doing it the old-fashioned way through recruiters and stuff. And I found a job that advertised a .NET C# job, and it was full stack. And the thing is that they were using a thing called MVC, and that was not something that I was trained on. But prior to the interview, I taught myself that sort of paradigm, and I was able to make a basic application. They put me through a fairly intensive, technical interview where they asked me to make an application and to have like a set of software on my computer that I'd be able to use in order to manage the database and my code and do the version control stuff. So they did this technical interview, and honestly, the technical interview was pretty hard, but most of the cohort got furloughed and laid off. He didn't get his job through the training company either. Yeah. Well, so I got this sick job. I got a great job. And my spirits were like rather high because I was like, I can do this, I can do this. It was a good job. It was a really good job. They paid very well, really good benefits. It was a good company. And, life got in the way for me. It was just straight up life. I had to move at the same time, and I was going through these medical things. And literally the day after I moved, I had to start working at the new job. And long story short, even the very first day, things were working against me. And my internet wasn't working in my room. And it was like a really terrible first impression. That's what it was. It was a really terrible first impression. And I won't get into the details of all of this because I could talk forever about it, and I don't intend to, but at the same time, part of this stream is talking about my life, both as a trans person and a programmer, and as just like a citizen that also has dreams. And so I want to talk about philosophy and stuff, but also it's my life, and so I want to talk about this, but I don't want to go too into it because it'll take forever. And basically, I had a bad first impression, and I won't go into exactly the details, but it was just I've been so inspiring. Well, so yeah, I should be more confident, but that's kind of part of the story. And I'll get there. So I was at this job, and everything went wrong the first morning. Everything possible went wrong, but I persevered, and I actually got my shit together. And so much so that my boss said, "Oh wow, you're up and running super fast." And so I had this sort of rocky start, but then I flipped it because my boss was like, "Oh, okay, you're going really quick." And they gave me my first project. Okay, cue the second day. It should be noted that I asked to take the first week off of work. I'm sorry, I asked to take a week. Oh my God, I asked to start in 1 week, but they demanded that I work sooner. And the reason why is because I had this appointment the second day of work I had to take off. And it was like after this rocky start, I had to miss the second day of work, but it was for a very important appointment. I could not miss it. And I knew about it, and I'd asked them if I could start in a week, but they demanded I start. And this company's policy was literally unlimited time off. And I'm like, okay, so they're grown-ups. They're gonna like understand that like one day off for a doctor's appointment, especially when I asked for this week, they're gonna like understand. But I missed the second day for this doctor's appointment, and my boss was so pissed. My boss was so angry, and I could tell this was like, it was like honestly a toxic place to work, kind of. I don't know how much I'll be able to stream right now, but I definitely want to stream more regularly. I have so much like going on. Yeah, so anyways, I got this new job that was ridiculous. It was a programming job that paid more than I could imagine for a medical company, and like it was fucking disgusting, like how perfect it felt. Like it was unbelievable. It was like my dreams were coming true, because this was like a very legit, I trained myself for months, or gone through this training course. I worked with all these programmers, and I taught myself this paradigm in order to get through a technical interview with a very legitimate technical company. I was working on a team of 3 programmers for a company of thousands of people doing all of their programming. And I had a bad first impression. That's what happened. And the second day, I had to take the day off because of a doctor's appointment. I had asked them to give me a week, but they had asked that I start sooner. I thought taking a day off wouldn't be a big deal, but they really didn't like it. Due to a combination of my own stress and like mental health difficulties at the time, I like had a lot of difficulty with this first project. And on the last day of the week, my first week, I turned in my first project, or I'm sorry, the last day of the first week, I was like, I don't know, I feel like stuck on this right now. And they seemed pissed that I like wasn't sure. And I was like, I think I can figure it out, but I just like don't know if you can like tell me like if I'm in the right direction or whatever. And they interpreted me saying I'm stuck as like I have no idea what I'm doing. But what I was saying is like I just like need more time, basically. And after I said that, I went back to my program, and I fixed it. And to explain how I fixed it to everyone, like you would need to understand programming. And I basically reapproached the problem, and I had already like done it so many times that I fixed it really fast. It was just an approach that here's the thing about asking questions, is that they do not, they were so, that's the fucking thing. Oh my God, I've never worked at a place that did not want me to ask questions. Well, that's what I'm sort of getting to. I'm not going to expose where it was, because they seemed like a good company in certain ways, but it was hard in other ways. And yes, they wanted someone who was not going to ask any questions whatsoever. And I didn't even finish telling the story. I'm actually going to back up for 1 second in the story and say that there was actually like, and this is in regards to the questions thing, is that there was like something in place at this company that made it so that my code couldn't even change their production code, because I basically needed to go into their web application and I needed to change administrative settings and basically create a path from my computer's code. I had to basically put the jigsaw puzzle piece into their code formally, and then I had to like sort of turn the wrench and open the floodgate to my code, metaphorically speaking. Like, it was this extra step that like I couldn't have possibly known. It's not like a standard part of programming practices. It was just like an extra piece of security this company had. And like maybe that's something that's standard at companies like this, but like it wasn't hard. I just had never been told about it. And when they didn't tell me about it, as soon as they told me, I was able to progress, but it was like, why didn't you just tell me this sooner? Because this is not a part of programming. This is like a part of your like organizational like settings. They taught me nothing. Sounds like why you got kicked out of your program. You weren't allowed to have the wrench. Yeah. Yeah, people are finicky, right? But anyways, I got to the end of the week and I felt stuck. I told my boss, which turned out to be a mistake, because I went and I fixed my program and they were like, I don't know how you went from not knowing what you were doing to finishing your program in 2 hours. Literally, low-key accusing me of cheating, accusing me of like going to another programmer and having me like get someone else to write my code or something. And while I can understand that perspective, I just felt so disgusted because they had seen me code. They had seen me code, and they had seen me code other things. Like, they knew that I was an entry-level programmer, but they knew that I could do this, and I did do this. I literally did. I handed it in and it was right. But the thing is that I took an unorthodox approach that like I wouldn't have normally, out of like basically desperation, because no one was helping me at all. And the thing is that this company very clearly just wanted someone who like has been programming for many years. And the thing is that I was advertising myself as an entry level programmer. Like, I'm someone here, I can make a CRUD application, which is what you're asking me to do. Like, I can do that. But like, I'm also a junior engineer. The job role is junior engineer. Like, are you really not going to help me at all? Are you just going to leave me completely in the dark? They knew it was my first programming job ever, and so like I don't know, they were like mean to me. They basically said that I suck at programming, that I should give up. They basically told me that I like had no place like working there. They were like, oh, this is our fault, we should have like seen like that you weren't good, basically. And it's like, oh my god, like I totally could fucking do this. I know that I could do the work, but you don't even realize is that I hadn't been sleeping at all. The first like 2 weeks of that job, I was probably getting like a fucking like 20 hours of sleep a week, maybe more than that, but like a very, very small amount. I was like literally zombified because I was going through these medical things. That's why I missed the second day of work, which they were pissed at. And I also like was just exhausted from moving and from doing all these other things. I should not give up based on a shitty situation. Well, we'll get to like where I'm at right now soon, because that's why I'm streaming tonight, is to just talk about my own situation and also to tell this whole story, you know? Anyways, so I ended up losing the job, and it sucks. It sucks a lot. I feel like punched in the gut. I feel like a failure. And I'm not saying this to neg myself. I'm not saying this to fish for compliments. I'm just literally telling you all, like, factually, that I feel like a failure. You know, like, I just, like, feel punched in the gut. I feel sick to my stomach because, like, I feel like I failed myself. I know that I could have done it, but, like, I seriously think if they'd given me 1 week to start the job, that I would have been able to do this. But I was working so sleep deprived that I couldn't fucking do it. But this is gonna bring me to my next talking point. My next talking point is gonna be about, my like feelings about the programming industry in general. But the thing is that I've been streaming for about an hour and 20 minutes right now, and I need to pee very badly. I also want to smoke a lot more, and I just generally need a break. So I'm going to take a break for probably about 15 minutes, but it might be a little longer than that. I might extend it. I'm gonna put on. They wanted me to. Okay, yeah, Cryptid. Before I go, I'm only gonna be gone for like 10 or 15 minutes, but I'll say to this Cryptid, like they literally did. Like honestly, and I'm gonna talk about this when I get back more. It really felt misogynistic. It really felt like sexist, and it felt like also just actually like more than sexist, it felt like patriarchal is what it felt like more than like them like actually like doing anything sexist. It was just like this very like hierarchical and very authoritarian structure that was very toxically masculine and very fucking like horrible, like just like very very cold, very emotionless, which is fair. It's fair for a business, but at the same time, like I feel like you have to recognize that it's still humans working for you. Anyways, I do have to pee, like I said, so I'm gonna take a 10 to 15 minute break. For those of you who stay, I really appreciate it, and for everyone who's tuned in, I really appreciate it. This is my favorite thing, streaming. I think it's my favorite thing. It's either streaming or piano is my favorite thing to do, and so it's been really sad that I haven't been able to. It's been sad that I probably won't be able to regularly, but I mean, we can all take solace in how good my hair looks right now. I mean, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. Like, I keep looking down just at my, like, computer monitor here because, like, my curls are kind of unreal right now, to be completely honest. Like, I don't know. That's basically the only thing I have going for me. Yes, you're right. I should. Okay. I'm gonna be back in just, like, 10 to 15, and I'll talk to you all very, very soon. Bye. You went to your oldest daughter's wedding today. Thanks. I think most of my transitions are pretty nice too. So funny. It's too easy to make jokes sometimes, and those are normally jokes that you just shouldn't even make. Okay, in addition to their kiss, they smoked a joint together during the ceremony. Nice. Yeah, weed is definitely a special plant, among a bunch of very special plants to me. I'm doing a lot of like, it looks like I have one. I'm doing a lot of like screen management tonight. I think it's kind of fun though, truthfully. Truth be told. Okay, and so the reason why I'm grabbing this is to show... What was I gonna pull up? I just love this part of the song so much, it's like distracting me, to be completely honest. I do have my piano behind me, and I'm gonna do some more piano streams in the future here. I'm looking really forward to that. I'll pull up GIMP, then I'm gonna take OBS, and I'm gonna put this up here, and then... Oh gosh, there's so much to pay attention to. But then we're gonna change this display to be this. And then that's what we're looking for. That's great. That's perfect. Cool. Okay. We do want a new layer there, but for now we're gonna go and do a new one of these. Because I'm gonna be talking, I'm also gonna turn the music down once the song's over here. After this little cadence here. Okay, turn the music down. I want to bring novelty into the world, but I don't know if it's going to be through software engineering. I'm very interested in the singularity. I'm very interested in emerging technologies, but I don't know what role. I don't know what role to place myself in with regards to these things. And maybe it's just ego to even consider a role. But at the same time, what do you do? What do you do, like, in life when it seems like you have to, like, either give up or you have to try, but then trying, like, everything seems either morally corrupt or futile, right? And so, like, then why do you do anything? And it's like, what do I do? What am I going to do with my days? You know? You have some partners, and a couple of you all said that you wanted to be the Wes Anderson of software developers. You know, I love the aesthetic. I don't know. I'm going to keep working on Cosminis, which is an application that I'm working on with 2 other programmers. And we will be releasing it in broad strokes to everyone so that they can use it. But like, that's just going to be kind of a cute project that I pursue throughout my life. You either invent your own work, you do grunt jobs for somebody else in your experience. Yeah, I am obviously very anti-work, and that sentiment is building in me every day. I'm really getting to the point where I just like can't do it. I can't take work. Psychologically, I was saying earlier, I am just not constitutionally sound, and I feel like my body just physically can't take it, and like, I don't know, we're gonna have to see what happens in the future here, because I don't know, I I'm extremely motivated most of the time, but then when I'm placed in a position where I can't be creative, which is most jobs, including the job that I basically have lined up, I lose steam real fast. I lose my enthusiasm, I lose my zest, and without that, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be hard to like keep up on anything, but you know, I'm gonna try and keep the dream alive, because you despise work as well. Yeah, well, you know, I was kind of thinking this the other day. It's like, we live in a time where so many jobs like could just be automated, and it seems like they don't want to just like let things become automated because people need jobs, because they need an income. And it's just like, just don't make us fucking, like, just please, like, let's get to a post-work society, please. That's what I'm looking for, is post-work, because this is too much. This is seriously, I've been I've been working very hard since I was very young, and people all have to work very hard, and there's no reason for it. There's no reason. I've never been to a job in my life, and I was in the military. I've never been in a job in my life where my being there like was of serious significance in the grand scheme of the world. My jobs were all things that were basically made up to just like propagate this like capitalist sort of myth, of course. And I'm sure that that's the case for the vast majority of us, of course. It's probably just been this way. But I truly think that we are just at a point where it's just like, come on, like, there's enough. We live in a society where there is enough, and we can do this. It's just like literally over fascism and hatred and supremacy and just ignorance. But anyways, so like, I think every single day when I wake up, I wake up and I wonder, how am I going to contribute to the world in a way that's genuine, that doesn't demean me, and that doesn't, I think like a lot about how I am a voice, but I'm just a part of like everyone and everyone's pain. And I don't mean to like just whine about my own predicament, because my predicament is hard, but everyone is in the same bind in capitalism. We are all bound to this system. And I'm fortunate enough that I have a sort of way to communicate these words of at least understanding, because I think it helps to hear too, to a certain extent. I think it helps to like hear that like other people are thinking about these things, and that you're not alone in feeling like so beaten up, you know? Recently, I have been thinking, since I've been failing at everything, like, is streaming even a thing that I should do? Is streaming just egotistical? Because, like, streaming is, like, inherently just centered on myself. And it's like, who the fuck am I to take the spotlight? I'm failed. I'm failed. Everything I've done, like, has been... I crave novelty. I worship novelty in my life. And I have not created, like, a wonder. I've created things. I've created like toys, and I've created small, little, cute pieces of art, but I've never created a masterwork. And I don't know if I have like I have vague, uh, hazy outlines of a dream, but I've been so oppressed my whole life that I can't see through the fog clearly to enunciate my dream and bring it into the world. And you hate that you have to start looking for a job again. It feels like you're going to be wasting your time. And that's from a guy who spent the majority of this year laying down. Yeah, I can't lay down. I like wish that I could. But I get so restless. I like, unless I'm sleeping, of course, which I sleep like a log, very fortunately. Once I do fall asleep, I am out, and I'm very thankful for that. I started sleeping with a mouth guard as well as earplugs, and it's something else. Okay, so every day you wake up, and it's like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do for the world? I'm someone who I have access to technology here that lets me put out a message into the world. That's basically my strength right now. If I have any strength in the whole universe, it's that I have a way of saying things into the world that no one else has ever said, and that's my strength. And so that's why I'm streaming, is because I have to use my own strength. You don't think it's selfish or grandiose for me to stream? I know you once said that you think we will all be streaming one day. Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I guess what I was trying to say about that is that and I actually really appreciate you saying that, because that was kind of the road that I was going down, is that like I keep going back and forth in my life, and it's like all I think about in my life, because of the fact that I have this like outpouring of like enthusiasm for life itself, but I feel like completely unable to actually do anything. It's like, what do I do with these feelings, you know? It comes actually from the fact that I am trans, and I am blessed that I am provided for, and I had the ability to actually like become the person that I am today. I feel beautiful. I feel happy and content and fulfilled in a way that I don't think many people get to experience. And my sense of love is just outpouring from every part of my being. And I feel complete, and I feel like I have things to give to the world, but then I feel like I can't because of like the situation. And the thing is that when you're streaming, I feel like you you're taking up the spotlight, right? And I feel like if you're gonna take the spotlight in a world where not everyone gets to be fucking like happy all the time, then you should be saying important things, not just like cute and funny things, right? And so like I feel like if I stream and I'm not saying like important things, then I'm actually just like propagating this capitalist uh uh like oppression. You cheered when you saw the live notification. Seeing me back online felt like a hug. The ability to inspire that feeling is a great reason for me to take the spotlight for a time. It makes me feel really good to hear that, Grimpy, and I'm so glad that you and Grimpy you and Cryptid are here because, like, you know, I love the idea that I can say things that no one has heard before. And that's kind of part of why I definitely want to keep streaming and why it's so important to me is I did work human services for so long, just like being a peer support specialist, which is like a counselor, and that's probably what I'll be doing again here soon. And something that I realized when I was doing this work before is that so many people, so many like social workers and stuff will basically prescribe people like they'll like prescribe people sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Um they'll say the same things to everybody, basically. They'll have like small talk with people and they'll not really like talk very deeply or like say very original things. People really love learning lines and like memorizing things. And I truly think that human connection works best in the realm of the novel. And I worship novelty, like I said. And so for me, when I come out here, I realize that it's kind of less important that I do or say anything specifically important. And it's most important that I just exist because this very stream is novel in itself. And I listen to other people's streams actually in my own time. And I I do enjoy it. I listen to other people's streams and I listen to podcasts and um I laugh and I think, and I don't know if their content is doing anything to make me a better person, but typically most of the content I listen to, I feel like educates me and it fulfills me. And so like I guess the reason that I want to stream still is because I feel like I can definitely be that. I can be this like unique voice that people can just like go to and it's like, oh, okay, this is like a channel. This is like one channel that I can come and just see. And I want to be able to be that in the world for people. Like, okay, let's just check out Paige's channel. And by the way, I'm also just like going by Riley now too. And I might transition to just using that name entirely online because Paige is not my name anyways. It's a cute name though, and so is Riley. I think I'm gonna just use both for now though, because why not? I played a gnome in a D&D campaign that had like 10 names, and I kind of like the idea of like lots of names personally. So streaming is a big part of my future. Even if I'm not sure what I'm doing, I just put things out into the world and we see what happens. I'm all about Socrates, personally. I studied music and philosophy. Gender blending is like my show here where I talk philosophy, I do art and all these kinds of things. And philosophy is like one of my favorite disciplines. And so Socrates is like one of my heroes. But then when I bring up Aristotle, I have to like definitely let people know, like, I'm talking about Aristotle, but I don't support these things. And that's one of the weird things about different philosophers through history is that like sometimes it's like important to bring people up. Their fucking ideas are so weird and gross. In fact, let me grab this book really quickly. Is Actually, I don't have it out on my table. But anyways, so I was talking about Aristotle because um, even though I don't agree with everything Aristotle had to say, one of the things that Aristotle said is that one of the things that makes a philosopher uh, dangerous, and this is like a really interesting concept. Let me actually pull up my drawing. This might not have been Aristotle, so please don't hold me to the fire if I'm wrong about this particular philosopher who said it. Dangerous, the dangerous thing about a philosopher is that they can say exactly what they mean. You watched a video of mine on YouTube, and you also kind of play piano. Oh, cool. What's your favorite kind of piano? Like, do you play classical music? That's what I do. But I'm like a square, kind of. Um, so the dangerous thing about a philosopher is they can say exactly what they want, that they mean. Exactly what they mean. So in terms of being great at talking, I think that in particular, my own style of talking is that like I'm really good at like having this like long curve of information. I think that this is what makes me endearing mostly when I'm talking, is I have this like super long wavelength of information. It's actually more like that, yeah, because it's like a wavelength. I have this like super long like from A to B here, but then like I make it even longer because I'm like pretty good at like kind of going off the beaten track and like finding all these different points and then going over and going back there. And like I'll eventually get from A to B. That's true. But at the same time, just because I am good at saying things doesn't mean that I like necessarily want to talk all the time, because the thing is too is that I'm just so like cognizant of the fact that I'm going to say things wrong. I can't say everything right. And it's not like I'm not trying to like demean myself. It's just like a fact of human nature that I'm going to say things wrong. And it's like, why open myself up to it, right? Like, I don't, like, truly, like, I feel like if I have nothing important to say, then like, why say nothing? But then at the same time, it's like in a world where everyone's voices are just fucking like Andrew Tate and like fucking Donald Trump and Ted Cruz. It's like, well, I guess at this point, literally just saying anything common sense makes you sound like the fucking most eloquent person in the whole universe. So I guess you might as well just say common sense, because that's better than just literally vomiting garbage. As someone with memory issues, I also like to have a roundabout way of talking compared to most folks. Yeah, um, I feel like it's like conversations don't need to be like strictly linear, you know? Like you can like kind of like have like three or four different talking points that all like kind of converge and uh, you know, come together at the end. And you can just sometimes lose the trail, and it's okay. Uh, that's okay too. And sometimes I'm just looking for an excuse to make scribbles on this pen display because it's so like beautiful. Eventually, I'm gonna get back to my drawing. I was gonna be drawing this earlier. Uh, I still plan on drawing this tonight. We're not very far into it right now, but we're gonna get there. I'm gonna take my time. We're also gonna be listening to some more Terrence McKenna, who's literally the best, like the best, like modern soliloquist. I don't think that's the best word for it, but it's okay. But anyways, so yeah, here we are in gender blending, and I've been talking about my life. I just came from this like programming stint. I was programming for every single day for hours and hours and hours, and I got a job programming, and I am not working there anymore. And I'm unemployed, and so I'm gonna be getting a new job very, very soon in probably not ideal conditions, but like it should at least keep some sort of stability under my 2 feet, hopefully. But like the real question remains, what am I going to do with my life? What am I going to do with my life? Because like it turns out I don't want to do any of this. I don't want to do any of this. I don't know what I want to do. Well, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to stream. I want to listen to Terrence McKenna. I want to smoke lots and lots of weed. And I want to play piano. And I want to make art and go on bike rides. And I want to like create like virtual worlds and virtual avatars. And I want to fly. I want to do all those things and more. And I think that we will get to do those things one day. In the future, I want to do more dedicated streams where it's like, okay, tonight we're going to talk about climate change. Tonight we're going to talk about like specifically racism or like transphobia with regard to technology, or like homelessness with regard to technologies. I mean, honestly, like things are still good in a certain way. I mean, I'm provided for. And like I have the thing is that I have everything that I need. I have everything that I need, right? My life is perfectly provided for right now at this very moment. But like bills are coming up and I'm not going to be able to sustain my life. And it's like I don't need that much to live, but I do need like my base necessities. I just need like food and like rent, you know? I don't need to program. I don't even want like lots of money. But like what do I want to do? What do I want to do? And streaming is one part of it. Programming is one part of it. But I really want to do virtual reality. I just don't know in what capacity. I don't know what capacity I want to like do virtual reality things in. Because I don't know if I'm going to be a programmer, but I feel like I'm going to be like someone who does like some sort of design. I'm so interested in like brain computer interfaces, but I don't even know how you like get involved in this technology if you're not like already at MIT or something. Like I just don't know. And like a lot of these disciplines is like super high-tech emerging technology. Like a lot of these people, like they've just already had doctorates and things for so long. It's like 3 different disciplines you're talking about. You're talking about like biology and computer science and like neurology or like physiology. We're listening to the Terrence McKenna talk, Choosing Your Fate. And choosing your fate is really interesting talk because when you think about it, choosing your fate is interesting theme for the talk, just because like that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to choose my fate, and Terrence is talking about that. For those of you who don't know, Terrence McKenna is like the most out there thinker and the best and the most inspiring thinker, and I really actually aspire to be like Terrence McKenna in a lot of ways, but then there's other ways that I wouldn't want to be like Terrence McKenna, but I don't think Terrence wants anyone to be like them. I think that really they're just trying to inspire thought. Okay, let's listen to some Terrence while I pack a bowl here.
And that civilization in South America was largely a montane phenomenon. The Incas and the San Augustine cultures, and these cultures building always in the Andes, and that when people moved into the jungle, they essentially were subsumed and lost identifiable material culture which is what the archaeologist is tracing these things by. Now it's not clear. Recent discoveries with side-ranging radar in the Yucatan showed that there, which is of course not South America but Mexico, but that there the Maya had very large areas under cultivation with systems of earthenwork dams and irrigation channels, which allowed them a much greater carrying capacity for their civilization than had previously been suggested for them. This same sort of thing may have existed in the Amazon, but the evidence for it may be much harder to come by because the rivers are shifting so much, because the river changes its course so often. I mean, when you fly over the basin, you see rivers that cannot find their way, rivers that loop hundreds of miles back upon themselves, rivers that, as they meander on each side of them, there are hundreds of what are called oxbow lakes, which are essentially thrown out crescent-shaped arms of the river that have then been left.
I did not know that.
Because the Andes are a young mountain chain, earthquakes are frequent. I mean, I've not spent years in the Amazon, and I've experienced several earthquakes. And because the land is so flat, these slight earthquakes are actually driving river change in the course of the river. Which reminds me of something else that I should mention, which is to return to the point about the evolution of dense species situations in plants. Before the advent of human beings as a cultural force on the planet, the major force, it's thought by evolutionary biologists, which drove plant evolution was the meandering of rivers. Because you see, the way evolution works is there is never much of it where there is a highly evolved and integrated ecosystem, because that is a set of interlocking niches, each of which is occupied. The place where evolution takes place is in so-called barren lands, where it's up for grabs, where...
Thank you. Please, please, please keep them coming. You see, I'm not one to stop praise. I'm not, the Buddha says, let me tell you about this. Oh, let me tell you all about this. Let me tell you all about this. I'm very excited to tell all of you about this. So I did go to school for music and philosophy, and the Buddha said that there were 8 winds of change. And the 8 winds of change are probably my favorite Buddhist concept to talk about, because it not only generates a lot of peace in my body, but it's just like, holy shit, this is so true, very true. So the 8 winds of change. Here's the thing that the Buddha says, right? Oh well, yeah, but goth is in the spectrum of rainbows, though. Or it exists outside of it, and it exists to balance it. It's all about balance. Okay, so the 8 winds of change, right? This is legitimately, all jokes aside, brains are sexy. They're also squishy. They feel like spaghetti, to my knowledge. Okay, so, oh shit, you can't even see the 8 winds of change. This is what I've been writing. Okay, so now you can see. This is deep wisdom though, for real, so please. This is deep wisdom. I demand seriousness. Okay. The Buddha says that the 8 winds of change are one of the most powerful teachings that are possible to deliver. This is where the music gets really pretty. A comedy Bing Bong reference, a Scott Tacoman reference, a Stop Taco Berg reference. This is the best part of the song. So pretty. I'm gonna write this down while the song plays. Okay, so what I just wrote down is the eight winds of change, and the Buddha is saying that this is like a very powerful teaching, but veiny. Yep. What comes to mind when you say that is the Always Sunny thing with the invitations that they send out. Looking for fit dudes or whatever. Nothing sexual. Okay. So the eight winds of change are the Buddha says that every single being in existence, even devas, even gods and goddesses, are subject to the winds of change. We are always going to be experiencing one of these dualities, at least. Often we're experiencing all four of these dualities all at the same time. And you can imagine, imagine being in boiling and freezing water at the same time, except there's like 8 different varieties of it that you're in or something. Your dad let you do cool stuff when you went to work with him, like touch brains. I like the way Terrence McKenna says brains. He is a gastroenterologist, so I have no idea how to get a hold of brains for me to touch, and now I don't want to. Well, you've touched my brains with your writing. Your writing has entered my brain, and it's been written into DNA, and my brain has sloshed it up into wrinkles that are gonna tell me about that memory in a couple of years. And I'm hoping that once all of this becomes simulated and we can replay tonight, you'll be able to zoom in on my brain and see where me reading that sentence has become etched into my long-term memory. I am someone who doesn't tend to forget things. I'm kind of crazy. It's like I've sacrificed it's like a weird Pokemon thing where it's I've sacrificed the ability to process complex things with the sort of ability, but also curse to never forget things ever. I just tend to hold on to every moment of my life, and I remember everything, and it's too much for me. I don't understand how reality exists currently, and I am very curious about how our world is still rolling every day, but I'm here, and that's the grounding. Just like Descartes, who talked to angels and stuff, I guess. A lot of problems come from this sort of thinking, but then at the same time, it is true that I think, therefore I am. And so every single day I wake up and I'm well, I'm here. I know that I'm here, so I have to try, but I don't understand it. I'm still here. I'm just doing some bullshit Twitch survey. They asked me if I've seen or experienced harassment in the past 3 months. If you ever had a day where you haven't experienced harassment, what you told me about just what your dad said, and I don't want to say too much about your life on my stream because it's not my place, but your experience being talked to the way that you have in your life, and not just by your dad, but by other people in your family too. It just I can't even believe it. My family fucked me up, but at this point we're at this weird equilibrium, but then it's it's still super uncomfortable. They definitely don't understand me, but they at least try to love me. I have so much privilege in a certain sense as a binary trans lady, because seriously ignorant people kind of understand it. In their pea brains there's something about a very strict change where oh, okay, I thought about this person as this thing, but actually they're another thing. They understand it conceptually, and that helps them to accept it more, even if they still feel weird about it. Whereas I think that some people don't even understand masculine femininity. People don't even understand that gender is a spectrum and that sexuality is a spectrum. It's just fucking crazy. But I'm here. It's so crazy. It's like the world is so fucked up, but what do? The Buddha has another teaching that I love. I love this teaching of the Buddha, and I'm on a roll. Why not just like literally make a new one of these at this point and just say that the Buddha says to oh, that's not what I meant to write. What I meant to write is that the Buddha says, live in joy even among the sorrowful. And then what does the Buddha say after that? Live in love. That's my favorite. Live in love even amongst the hateful. And so that's what I think. It's like all I can do. I can't do anything. I'm powerless. But what I have to do is that, like, when I'm facing oppression, when I face oppression, what I need to constantly remember is that I need to be the door to liberation. I need to be a door to liberation, because what happens is you have a gun to your head. You have a gun to your head by the state. The state has gone to all of our heads, and the pathway to liberation is that you let them pull the trigger. You let them make that decision. You are the pathway to liberation, because you die or they let you live and you be truth. You be living truth. And this is the only reason I'm here. I'm 14 and this is edgy. But it's like true too, though, simultaneously. Oh god. Yeah, so I'm just trying to be positive, because it's like I'm living in love even amongst the hateful. I'm living in humor. I'm living in humor even among the fucking devastation. Even among the devastation. You know? You're the doorway to humor. You're the doorway to humor even in devastation. I'm like pretty much literally a sophist. I'm like just a word smither. A word smither. I just combine words in novel ways, and then I pray that it makes my reality make sense or be comfortable. Normally it does neither. No fall damage. That feels like very apropos. It feels very, very on point. No fall damage. Like that whole like run was like falling like through. It felt like I was like in like Aladdin type setting with like the bizarre like sort of lean to like canvas things, and I'm like falling, and they were like catching me and slowing my descent until I just like rolled onto the street. So when I read no fall damage, that's like the imagery that came up for that like whole tear that I went on. I don't want to talk to anybody, but then here I am streaming. Your mama was not as elegant as Buddha. But your mama was the Buddha, and the Buddha was also your mother. Ramakrishna. Can I tell you all the story of Ramakrishna? Ramakrishna, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the text and I'm not going to look it up. But Ramakrishna was sitting on the edge of the Ganges. Arising from the water was a naked goddess. And the water was like pouring over her naked body as she arose from the water, and Ramakrishna gazed upon this goddess figure rising and growing, and took in her eyes of fire and her void of a mouth. And as he looked down, she was giving birth to the world. And then she reached down and she scooped up 3 children from the world, and then started eating them. and then the blood from the children started to run down her body with the water, and then she descended back into the river. And then Ramakrishna, I guess, got up and just told people that story, and then they were like, what were you smoking? I don't know. I think that probably other people have told that Ramakrishna story better than I have. Dear God, my mama is lewd. All right, so I had momentum built there for a minute, and I followed that train to its kind of logical conclusion, and I have to pee really quickly. So here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna be back in 10 to 15 minutes, and I really look forward to seeing you all soon. Welcome back to Gender Blending. This is a good one. I love this song. And I love streaming. I'm so glad you're here. I'm sad to see that Nabil went to bed, but I'm glad to see that I'm still here. I guess. Okay. We had Nabil come in and stream earlier, and that was pretty amazing. You know, I'm still a relatively new streamer. My name's Riley or Paige. You can call me either. And I'm a pretty new streamer. But I think that it's been going pretty well. I never expect anyone to be here, truthfully. But I figure that if even one person comes, then it makes this worth it. And on average, I have several people here, which is cool. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Well, so like for me, I have a very particular, like, long-term vision, and I don't know how streaming fits into it, but I think that, and that's what I'm like kind of talking about tonight, just very broadly, and I think that like sort of what I'm like feeling like is that I'm really interested in talking about emerging technologies to the public. That's like what I'm interested in. Being a software engineer is very interesting, but I truly don't know if it's for me. I'm very interested in theory and application, right? Like, I don't know. I think that the people who can make Blender, the program for 3D modeling, are literal geniuses. Whatever. I'm forgetting Tan's last name, but that's the person who made Blender. And it's like, you have to be a genius, you know? These people are amazing. But what I'm interested in is I'm interested in the ethical application of novel technologies and the novel application of emerging technologies. I would like to be part of the development of these technologies, but I just don't know. I don't know the best way to do it, and I'm so interested in delivering these like messages about them and also talking to people who are involved in it. I really want to be like someone who can like interview people about these things, but also like that can like converse with people about them. I want to understand how they work, and I feel like I do. I mean, my like programming foundations are pretty strong at this point. I'm crafting like a whole like sensory experience, and that's why I'm so interested in VR, is that I'm so interested in creating an experience that uses every element of the environment. I'm interested in blending, hence gender blending. I'm very interested in blending like the sensations with the immersion of VR. I'm very interested in creating simulations that actually simulate touch and sound. And I mean, sound and sight are easy. Touch is hard. Smell is hard, obviously. Taste. But I want those things to be represented. Streaming is just it's one part of the big picture for me, and I definitely want to do something that utilizes broad talents. I'm so interested in that, like, that spot right in between technology and art. That's what I'm looking for. And that's what my self-individual show Technovore is about. I did build my computer. Here, let me take a second to show you my beautiful baby. And literally, like, I do consider myself kind of a mother in certain ways. So my computer's name is Transresistor. This is kind of the this is sort of the way that I spell it. This is my computer's name, and this is my computer here. I'll turn it on itself, and so you'll see that that is my computer, and its name is Transresistor, and so it's pretty freaking beautiful, right? And I have this screen like inside my computer, and so you can see your own chat there, actually, which is kind of cool. So like I'm doing all that, and I'll bring this back onto my main screen, and yeah, my computer is definitely like one of the things that I love the most in life in general. Oh yeah, I put my camera like pretty much right in the best spot. Maybe like do like this, and that could be good. That's a little more like that. Anyways, brains human musically gifted can carry conversation and now you birth robo babies. Okay, so yeah, well, let's talk about all that, right? That's what I'm saying, is that I have a broad set of talents, is that I'm technically minded, but I'm also artistically minded, and unfortunately it's really hard to be like advanced in either thing when you try and do everything. Obviously that's like kind of a dilemma for all of us, but I seriously, I spec'd my skill tree like across all domains, and I know like a decent amount about so many things. And I feel like I could be very helpful to like certain emerging technology teams, but I need to like think of how I'm going to do this. And honestly, I'm like really interested in just PR. I'm interested in like talking about emerging technologies and their implications and ramifications to the public, and especially with regards to environmentalism and social justice, social inequality. Like, I'm very interested in talking about this stuff to the public. And I actually did apply to the MIT Media Lab, but I got rejected. You know the struggle. You have no idea. Yeah. Well, I think it's a kind of common issue, to be honest. Being a Renaissance woman in the modern day is very frustrating. Yes. It's really hard. And the thing is that I literally believe, like, I'm not trying to be like cliche or anything. Not trying to be cliche, but like all of us are super geniuses. Like literally everyone who has like a smartphone or like a computer, like we're fucking super geniuses. And what brain computer interfaces are like the next step in evolutionary like growth. I mean, we are growing a third layer of our brain. Brain computer interfaces represent a third layer of the brain, and it ties our being into the cultural consciousness and cultural knowledge, and all of us are going to intuitively have all of the knowledge of human civilization intuitive to us. But unfortunately, so this is about being a Renaissance woman, is that all of us are going to have basically complete creative freedom. All of us are going to have so much creative freedom that it's going to be overwhelming. And the thing is that like all of this stuff is not going to take resources. It's not going to take resources. Let me go off on a rant, or not a rant, but this is just like a ramble. Let me go off on a ramble, because this is one that I love talking about. This is a rabbit hole that I love going down. I've gone down it like once or twice on my stream, but like this is a good one. This is one I love diving down. I'm just gonna have a sip of this coffee before I begin. Okay, so here's my tear. Here's my random thing that I was gonna say. Is oh, that's pretty. And I guess it's not a random thing. It's like very relevant to what we're talking about actually. Is well, let me just get this off. That's distracting. We're just paying attention to me right now. Here's the thing, right? If you're here right now, you're pretty lucky because you get to hear me talk about this. And if you're here and you're definitely part of the demographic of people that like I probably appeal to most, which is like like 20 to 40-year-old queer people mostly, probably. Which is probably everybody here. Well, so the thing about being our age and being queer is that unlike any other time in history, we're connected. We're literally connected. And not only that, but also like people can't even hide their queerness. It's like I don't think queerness can go away because like everybody's gay at the highest echelons too. Like all these fucking like Koch brothers and stuff, like they all like have this like toxic masculinity that like is rife in their culture, but like behind closed doors everybody's still gay. Like everybody's just gay anyways. Everybody loves each other, but for some reason we're afraid of love. I don't know why we're afraid of love. I'm a big fan personally. That's just me. That's just me. But what I want to talk about is about our age group, and I want to talk about growing up queer in the internet age. Because I grew up in 1990 was the year that I was born, and so that means that I grew up and not every house had a computer. When I grew up, not everyone had the internet. I was actually the odd person out in my area for having a computer that connected to the internet, and it was a very slow connection, and there really wasn't anything fun I could do on it. There were some games, and that is what I used it for at a super young age. But I quickly started using that at a rather advanced level, and took to using my computer all the time. And it was weird because I grew up in this like wave of technology education where the user interface for these programs was not made user friendly. If you wanted to understand these things, you had to dig into them yourself. The programs weren't meeting you there. They weren't trying to meet you. Like you had to actually figure it out. And at the same time, the education was like very liberal and progressive and experimental. There were a bunch of different things happening. Computer education was like not standardized, and a lot of it wasn't for profit yet. But I remember in elementary school having access to a whole computer lab, and that plays into privilege and the school district that I was a part of. Every kid deserves that, of course. But the thing is that computer courses today still aren't good either because now they don't focus on the right things. And like, again, like a lot of this stuff, the user interface is like too easy now. And it's like kids are having to worry about other things. So like before, you like had to know about everything, and computer science seemed like this thing that nobody could learn. And now it's like it seems like technology like seems easy to people, but nobody knows how it's working behind it. It's just like this magic that people trust, right? And growing up my age, I knew how to use computers for fun at like light levels, but then I also knew the programming. I knew that the and I still know like how they work, right? And so here's the thing, right? Is that like the people before me, the people who are older than me, they are like wizards. They're like wizards because they've studied the tomes, right? And I'm like a sorceress. I like intuit computer knowledge. Computers are like in my blood, and my computer is like connected to me through a Bluetooth umbilical cord. And my computer is an extension of my genetic body. I don't know. But like, I am a sorceress. I'm literally like just touching the matrix, and my body is webbed and expanding online, and people don't even know. And I don't even know. I don't even understand it. And I don't have to understand it because I was just born. I was just born. And like, I didn't ask to be born into the world. Did any of us ask to be fucking born into this? Nobody asked to be born, but we're here. And like, that's the thing. That's one of the things that keeps me streaming. It's like, well, I'm here. And like, if I'm going to exist and I'm trapped, then like, I just have to talk. I just have to like be truthful about my situation. And like, if people get like upset, if people disagree, if it doesn't help anything, like, it doesn't matter. If I'm here, I have to live my truth, basically. I don't even know what I'm saying there. Yeah, I'm trying to talk about growing up in this age of technology. And so like, I grew up and I was like on these websites that are like, oh, hey, guess what? Guess what? Actually, it turns out that the feelings that you're having about being like born into a body that is incongruent with your being, that's a legitimate strife. People are born into this world and their bodies work against them. And for trans people, one of the ways that our bodies work against us is at birth. And for all the difficulties of being trans or non-binary or anything gender non-conforming, there's an upside that no one else gets to experience. And that is the freedom and the power and joy that comes with discovering your sense of self. And my whole life, I was connected to the internet, and my body has been just like spread onto the internet like butter on toast. Vegan butter and bread. It's not brioche. There's no butter except vegan butter. Anyways, I'm spread on the internet, and like the thing is that when I was young, my consciousness, my conscious being was out on these forums talking to other trans women, talking to non-trans women, talking to just other women, talking to talking to random people my age, probably like gross men too. Like, I don't know, I was talking to like everybody online. And it's weird, like, it was this hyper negligence of our like internet presence, because like I was a child and I was just talking to people online, like between 8 to 14 years old, even like out there. And it was so weird because like I was out there like without a life raft. I was just on my own little personal yacht on the internet ocean. And like now I've just been like, I'm in the far end. I'm like preparing to like build this server in like a virtual world. And like I'm deep into the like the web at this point. The thing is that when you're trans and you're plugged in, you just realize like, yeah, this is legitimate. Like, this is a real thing that's been happening through history, all through history. And being my age, it's like the people who came before me don't even understand technology, and the people who came after me, they have been handed technology in a way that like for many of them again, it's wizardry in a way, because they have to like relearn it. And for me, it was like I came into this technology at such a time where I have a unique opportunity, because these programs were being developed as my body was being developed, really. And they just feel like a part of me. I feel like I understand them. But then, in order for me to actually weave a program of any true merit, it's going to take me months, and I need space, and capitalism is not going to allow it. I feel like I could write symphonies, but I can't do it when I just have to justify myself to the sort of system, constantly. And I know that's all of us. See, streaming is a very easy thing for me to do compared to that, because that takes planning, and it takes precision, and it takes solace in being alone. But streaming is a pretty easy thing for me to do, because I can just hop right on here, especially the way that I set it up. I mean, I was worried. I haven't streamed in like 3 months maybe prior to this. And not for any bad reason. Obviously, I've just been going through this transitional period, and I was doing programming at this very high level, and now I'm here. I can say with authority that, like, even if I made it as a programmer professionally, I would not be creating masterpieces. I would be creating very basic applications for use in just propagating the capitalist system. And so, no matter what job I have, I'm bound as much as any of us in this web that we've been born into because of our predecessors and because of the development of the tool at the dawn of time, honestly. Tonight's like a really different night on my stream, to be honest. This is really typically not what the stream is like. I feel like my stream is often more pointed in one direction or not. I'm just like going off just rambles tonight. I'm just rambling, but this feels really good because I haven't done this in a while. I have done this a couple times on stream, but tonight's a good one. But it's because I haven't streamed in so long, And thank you all for joining, if you're new here. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna just play the video, and this needs to be turned on. Get the video going.
Whoever gets there first has the advantage. This is, and rivers, as they change their course, expose millions of acres every year of bank. And it is this contest for who shall occupy the bank that was, before the advent of man, the major force driving plant speciation. This is why we have weeds. If you look at what weeds are annular plants which produce thousands and thousands of seeds and which grow very readily. In other words, their strategy for survival is rapid growth and massive seed dispersal. This is a strategy which would only work in a barren land or open land situation. It would never work in a primary or climaxed ecosystem of any sort. So, because the Amazon basin is the world's largest river system, it has that going for it too, driving the engine of evolution. So it is a continental landmass, which always means, as the potential for plant and animal populations expands, there's always a greater potential for evolutionary drift. So that happens more on continents. And then it is equatorial. It's thought that evolution proceeds faster. Well, it's not that it's thought, it's obvious that evolution proceeds faster in the tropics because there can be continuous generations. For instance, in the butterflies or something like that, you don't get one brood a year, you can sometimes get up to 6. Well, each mating season constitutes an opportunity for gene transfer and for the appearance of new characteristics. So this is another factor, the equatorial situation of these continents, of the South American continent and the submerged continent of Indonesia, which presents itself now as an island chain. To return then to the human impact on the Amazon basin and the plant formation, though we cannot pick out the irrigation channeling that has been visible in Quintana Roo, it's probably because of the shifting nature of the river. Lathrop and his co-workers have found kitchen midden soil 1.5 meters deep in various parts of the basin, which indicates very long habitation and extreme sedentariness of the population. In other words, we're not dealing here apparently with hunting and gathering groups. To have kitchen midden soil 1.5 meters deep, people have to settle for several hundred years. It must mean that there's some kind of agriculture, perhaps aquaculture, something like that the North American Indians practiced with wild rices, this kind of thing. So in this situation of very dense speciation, human societies are inimical. We probably arose in this kind of situation, though because humanity presumably arose in Africa, Africa is the most heavily human impacted continent on a mass scale over long periods of time, so that there is low species count in the forests and large degrees of desertification, this kind of thing. For instance, again, using the side-ranging radar technique, but in a different mode, they were able recently to penetrate through the sands of the southern Sahara up to a depth of about 30 feet, because the sand is transparent to radar, and they uncovered river courses that showed that north of what is today the Sahel, the ancient Africa was very wet. And it's in the same area that you get the Tassili frescoes, where you see herders with their cattle and with shaman with mushrooms sprouting all over their bodies in an area now where, you know, a camel is necessary to traverse it. And this has happened very rapidly. So in the tropical situation with the high density of species, man utilizes plants and sifts the environment for foods, for medicinals, and for magical plants. And probably for early human beings, this appeared as an almost continuous spectrum. There were merely effects, the prolongation of life and the extensions of it through interacting with the plants. And of course, everything is animate. Earlier I mentioned the puzzle of how these things came to be known, how they came to be utilized. It's only because we insist on being good 18th century ladies and gentlemen that we pose this puzzle for ourselves and then marvel over it, because there exists in the literature authenticated instances where anthropologists taking hallucinogens with native people have been present when people have discovered alkaloid-containing plants by being told by another plant. And this method of discovery, which is irrational and therefore inadmissible by our cultural conventions, is probably the major way in which everything was known up until 500 BC, you know. I mean, these logical and analytical engines by which we place such great store only have come into being really in the last 1,000 years. But before that, we've had our major, perhaps as a species, our major achievements in art, literature, dance, theater, all of these things. So it's a very a culturally conventionalized attitude to demand of these things that they behave rationally. The whole enterprise of anthropology, which seeks to set up I don't know what, the second-year graduate student as Cambridge as the 0 point, and then measure all forms of humanity against this with various commentary and adumbration, is a very odd notion. I mean, I think if you're going to do serious anthropology related to saving your own soul through finding out about other people, the first thing you have to do is very carefully examine the cultural conventions of your own society. You sort of have to do a deconstruction meditation on the taboos of your own tribe, because they are many and various, let me assure you. I'm sort of getting my second wind here and recovering from my late arrival and realizing that, we're 2/3 in the wrong way back because I didn't get everything set up and all that. But I should have said at the beginning that you can interrupt at any time with a question, and I'm not entirely clear
That goes for me
on
too.
who I'm talking to,
You can
whether I'm
interrupt
talking to
anytime for a question or
hallucinogen
comment.
enthusiasts, anthropologists,
Always.
epidemiologists, psychologists, the police. So maybe at this point we should let that serve as an introduction and go around the room and let everybody state their concerns, and then I'll pick up the pieces again. Should we do that? Why don't we start here?
Well, I'm interested in the religious aspect that taking some of these drugs has had for certain cultures and the effect of it in the development of consciousness.
So comparative religious interest, and so you must be interested in shamanism as the basis of that. Yeah.
Well, same as him.
Same anthropology, the shamanistic angle on hallucinogens.
Mine is similar. I'm interested in shamanism and what can be revealed through these substances.
Content of the experience. So that's a kind of psychological, phenomenological interest in the situation.
I'm a psychology student here and I'm a psychedelic enthusiast, and I'm really interested in, psychedelics' growth, how they use it in other countries, and also if there's any applications for mental illness treatment with psychedelics.
I'm interested in transformation.
You went to a shaman camp? That's so sick. What kinds of stuff did you do there?
And also how that applies psychologically.
I'm interested basically in getting a view of shamanistic practices of South America, especially in ways that they contrast to the practices of this continent.
North American Indian shamanism. Interesting.
I'm a dancer and an artist, and I'm interested in the relationship of all of these things
Meditation, hiking,
So practical
journeying,
application.
some art stuff in cartomancy. Nice.
So I'm primarily interested in imagery, psychedelic imagery, where that's coming from, either the brain or the plant or culture, sorting that out.
The source of the experience.
That's really cool that you got to do that.
I'm a student in East-West psychology. I'm interested in the biological aspects of transformation.
When I was younger, I did like a science camp, and I did go camping with my friends and stuff.
And I lightly explore
Oh, whoops, I'm doing this on the wrong layer.
I'm apprentice of the
You're dozing. Well, thanks for joining, Jilly, and hopefully I'll see you around again. Thank you so much. Sleep well, and I hope you have a really good rest of your night.
I wasn't exploring the plant life at that time.
Peace.
Into the culture, so
Which piece of the Amazon?
the Napo.
Oh, I know the Napo.
Yeah.
So did you go from Ecuador down into Peru the whole distance?
No, only really to the kind of the end of the Napo, that only as far as Lima Cocha.
Oh, on the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a border. Yeah.
I study political science and political sociology, and my theoretical interests with a
I gotta get this like off my
politics
screen.
of consciousness. That's my theoretical interest, and my personal interest is that I am a
Will this like
enthusiast
work?
is the right word.
Yeah, that works pretty well.
Hallucinogens, but interested in exploring, and my prior experience has been primarily in Mexico. Oaxaca.
Here we go. Now I should be able to draw a lot faster.
Yes, well, that's one of the richest areas. The two areas where it seems to be concentrated, hallucinogenic shamanism, at least in the present context, is the Amazon basin and central Mexico. Yeah, in the back.
I'm interested in brains, minds, and magic.
He answers the telephone. Well, so everyone must have been pretty bewildered by all that biogeographical.
There we go. Now it's coming along.
What was it all for? I just want to say one more thing about it. Geography is the visible condensation of time.
Geography is the visible condensation of
all
time.
that we have of time. It's somehow, when you have so much of it that you have to pile it up, you get geography. And time is very much what the psychedelic experience is about. It's about the time of your life, the time of the species, but also the time of the stones. And when I delineated us as being caught between geography and language, that's what I wanted to say. Geography is the most condensed and titanic form of time, and language is the most etherealized and present form of time. And the trick is to realize that in the way that James Joyce must have realized it, because he understood, that speech makes mountains, which is essentially what I'm saying. And I think this is a shamanic idea, the power of speech and the awareness of eternity. These are the two things, because the shaman really does, I think, when you get it out of Bora and out of, these outlandish languages that are not even literate languages. They've only been assigned alphabets for purposes of study. When you get these concepts out of those languages and into some kind of Platonic or Aristotelian or Hegelian or Heideggerian vocabulary, which we can understand, then you see that that's what it's about. It's about standing in eternity. And this is what gives them their superhuman status. So let me talk a little bit about how I view shamanism generally, and then in the context of hallucinogens.
Yeah, I should probably sleep soon too, but please, maybe you need to go to sleep and roll. But thank you so much for joining. I mean, I really appreciate you hanging out, and hopefully we'll see each other again on here. I can't say the next time I'll stream, but hopefully it'll be soon.
And the jungle.
Yeah, I know that struggle too. Well, I'm gonna be here, so for however long you do end up being here for.
Probably most of you are familiar with Merceliad's book, Shamanism, the Archaic
I'll be here
Techniques
for
of
a little bit
Ecstasy.
at least.
Well, this is the book to read, not because everything it says is true, and in fact I'll delineate my differances with it,
Oh, maybe
but
I was
because it
writing this on the
represents
right
a
part.
compendious
Oh, no, this part
phenomenological
wasn't.
approach where, without judging, the world is surveyed in an ordered fashion, and the case is actually put in perspective so that we can for the first time see that these diverse magico-religious practices and practitioners that exist all over the world at a certain cultural level and have a certain congruence of belief
This is where
are
it's gonna get really
actually
fun.
part of a worldwide proto-historical
It's already been fun,
religious
but this is where it's gonna
system
get very
that
fun.
is in fact probably the foundation of all religions, because once you
See what Chad
understand
says.
the
Nothing
shamanic
right now.
complex, it's very easy then
I still
to
haven't
see
smoked from this
how
bowl.
later religions like Hinduism, Jainism, all of them arise on a foundation of shamanic motifs, so that and Iliad investigates and delineates the shamanic motifs, and some of them are superhuman ability to handle fire, shamanic flight, ability to cure, which you mentioned, which is the primary social function of the shaman, which really, I think, puts
Hi,
in
Sapphire.
perspective the fad of shamanism, which has
Arco Nova,
enveloped
when you were
our
younger, you
culture
really wanted to be in
recently,
that kind of
because
place.
our
That's
stress,
what I wanted to do in
largely, though not
society.
entirely, is on what the shaman experiences.
Let's turn this off for just a second, just because we have some new people here. Alright, why don't we get back to drawing for a minute? Do something like this, right? Check this. Like, maybe we can do something like this. Grab that, and grab that, and go here, and go here. And then we can do something like kind of basic. Just kind of grab this foreground. And maybe even do like one right here. Do even like a new layer right here. I'm not naming these layers anything because I'm just being like kind of lazy about it, I guess. TBH. Wait, but if all that shit's on the background, that's definitely one of the problems here. Right? It sucks. We need to like erase all this. I didn't do a good job of this. And why doesn't it want to erase? It says that the pixels are locked. I don't remember locking them. Oh, this might actually be up here. Okay, that's fine. But then down here, we need to like erase everything on the inside, basically. This is a silly way to do it, but I'm gonna do it anyway, because it's what I got, basically. And it'll let me clean up some edges, too. Shouldn't take too long. And I mean, we're all here to hang out anyways. Isn't this piece so sick, though? I think it is, at least. You see, in my last apartment, I couldn't stream at these, like, kind of crazy hours because I was, like, right next to my roommate. But right now, I don't even think my landlady could hear me even if I was being, like, loud. And I'm not loud. I'm, like, kind of average, I feel like. You know? And I'm sorry, I can't see chat just momentarily, like, while I do some of these features. I know that this is, like, kind of an inefficient way to do this, but I'm just having fun, you know? That's mostly what I do on this channel in general. It's just, like, try and enjoy the process of creation, you know? As much as possible. Okay. So that means that now I should be able to color this. Let's see if chat had any action. Redeem philosophical quote or idea. Ooh, let me think of one. I've been saying a lot of Buddhist quotes and philosophical ideas. Let me say a Hindu one. Here's my favorite, and thanks for redeeming some quotes. That's always, like, really interesting. My landlady is really nice. She's literally, actually, like, among the best. She's extremely, extremely, based af, and let me, I'll just make a new file. I'll just make a new file entirely, and we'll look at this here. Zoom out, and I'm gonna draw. The pink on red is actually gonna look kind of cute anyways. Look at that, it's kind of nice. So check this out, a philosophical quote or idea. This is a good one. I'm glad that I put that in as a reward, or as like a thing to spend on. This is one of my favorite things from the Bhagavad Gita. And do I have the book? Let me see if I can get the book really quick, actually, too. Just one sec. Bhagavad Gita is one of my favorite books. It's basically the center of my life. And let me write the quote for you, because it should only take... Here it is. Ready? Philosophical quote or idea. Ready? This is a good one. Nothing of non-being comes to be. Oh, thank you so much, Chris. I love your compliments, by the way. Nor does being cease to exist. Oh my god, y'all are gonna make me blush and melt. Nothing of non-being comes to be, nor does being cease to exist. Isn't that so fucking crazy? Nothing, not P, then Q, nor, not P, then Q, nor, not, or. Programmers, are you fucking here? Programmers, nor, if not P, then Q, nor does being cease to exist. So what is that statement? Ready? Check this out. It's what? Look at this. What? I forget the symbol for nor. I'm just gonna write nor. Nothing of non-being comes to be, nor does being cease to exist. It's a tautology, but it's a paradox. Are all paradoxes tautology? I guess so. Nothing of non-being. Nothing of non-being. I'm gonna use a different color, actually. Are you satisfied with your philosophical quote and idea? Is this pretty good? Is this satiating your desire? Nothing of non-being comes to be. And then it's like nor, so neither of these things happen. Nor, and then there's nothing to match nothing down here, but nor does being cease to exist. So there's two statements. Non-being, being, non-being. So non-being can't be, and being can't not be. Atoms can't be created or destroyed, but then what are we? How did we become to be? And will we cease to exist? My thought is no. I don't believe that we cease to exist. I am not a nihilist, and I'm not an atheist, but I support and love all of my nihilists and atheist brothers and sisters and others that exist on this planet. I love all of you, and I will, whether we die in climate change deaths in 10 years, or whether we live forever in a proto fucking pseudo dystopia like hallucination, or whether we like ascend and become space elves, which is what I want personally. I just love everybody, you know? You have this belief about how reincarnation works? Share. I'm just drawing right now. Let me get back to my drawing that I'm working on for now. But I'm here. I'm with it. I'm hip. Yeah, so that was the philosophical idea that came to me immediately when you said that. I thought it was an okay one. I thought it was okay. This must be card FG. I didn't think it was. And this should be thinner, truthfully. This part should be thinner. That, for sure. And then on card FG here, we need to make the background. Whoa. Wrong. Small. Let's fill it in. Nope. 100%. Okay, just fill it in. Okay, we're fixing our layers. We're fixing our mistakes. Fixing the mistakes of the past. I think our souls follow the same principle of nothing can be completely destroyed, so they're sent back to Earth in different locations, different lives being repurposed and recycled at the end of our life cycles. Hey, yeah, that's basically reincarnation, I guess, right? The life stream, Mako energy. I'm really excited to add this red and pink, so I'm going to do that really quickly. And in fact, I'm going to turn on Terrence again for just a second while I do this. I feel like a quick Terrence burst just while I add in some colors here.
Experiences for himself, but in these societies where shamanism is indigenous, it is for the curing. It's almost as though the vision is the private payoff for being able to cure, and this is the function that the shaman is fulfilling. These superhuman abilities, like ability to handle hot metal, ability to find lost objects, ability to foretell weather, ability to cure diseases, are very challenging to Western anthropology, and they always have been, because we can't quite come to grips with it. And there have been various ideas about it. The most promising ones, I think, leaning on the idea that the linguistic context somehow sets you up for how you perceive reality. But in what exactly this linguistic context consists, we haven't really been able to discover. The linguistic context becomes extremely plastic under the influence of hallucinogens, where, in fact, the word can become flesh, almost literally. And we have to remember when talking about what you can do with hallucinogens, that our approach is, when we take them, I think, most of us, largely scientific, which is take the drug, do as little as possible. This is known as not interfering with the experiment, and see what happens. And this is a very useful technique. It's the one that I favor most of the time, because I like my life pretty much the way it is and don't seek titanic transformations. But if you take these things and do things, dance, swing through the trees, expose yourself to wilderness isolation, that sort of thing, I think it's pretty clear you can fairly quickly reach a place where other people have very little to say to you, because our reality is a linguistic net which holds us all together. And when you leave the net, you become what is conventionally known as crazy, because you become privy to the workings of a reality which is different from other people's. In India, public displays of madness are completely accepted and conventionalized. And even in the Indian situation, people do not withdraw from public life. They live out their altered state in the teeming urban situation. More attractive to me, and I think illustrating my earlier point that all religious systems have a foundation in shamanism, is the ideal of the Taoist sage who lives on cold mountain and cuts wood and carries water and experiments with minerals and plants and fungi, and is too odd to talk to, too strange to have anything to do with. And he seems to be privy to a superhuman life that makes his absence from court, his lack of property, his lack of family, his celibacy, all of these things don't bring him down, because he is experiencing this internal reality. It's not clear to what degree Taoism and Taoist shamanism is narcotic. Merciliade, or hallucinogenic. Merciliade uses the word narcotic. One of the places, the major point, in fact, where I differ with him is he believes that all narcotic shamanism is decadent, that the techniques of fasting and ordeal and breath control and
I haven't seen chat. Here, let's check it out.
Classical, if you will, techniques for
Let's check
invoking
it out.
visions are.
I want to just do art all the time. It's so satisfying. It is so satisfying. I can't even tell you. Getting a pen display was literally one of the best decisions of my whole life. It's so satisfying to draw with, and like they're expensive, but they're not as bad as you might think. Pretty much everything I could ever want in a pen display, truthfully. It's pretty freaking great. I do like how this drawing is going. Like, I know that like I've made a lot of mistakes in it, but like it's kind of satisfying still. And I don't know if I erase this stuff. I need to erase inside here. Yeah, that's better. I think I kind of like the end result with a little bit of green inside everything, to be honest. Okay, and the hair is actually supposed to go like this. Let's get on the hair. Let's kind of fix this a little. I'm just stopping worrying about the background right now. When I started, I was kind of like focusing a lot on background. I'm gonna go back to that later. Because I just want to draw the model. That's like the most thing that's the thing I'm most interested in, is drawing models. But this actually has to go way further up on this side. Though maybe the head model is wrong. We'll fix it though. Does that look good? I think that looks pretty decent. Pretty decent. Something like that. I just want to draw the mouth. Like, doesn't that look so funny? Like, that's good enough for now. This is all in background. I just want to draw this face. It's so good. It's such a good face. It goes kind of like this. It goes like a little loop-de-loop. Then it goes kind of like that. So yeah, the head's supposed to be way higher up. That's okay though. And it's supposed to kind of mix in there, so it's pretty close. Okay. I'm back down to 6. And let's fix this. So it goes kind of like this. Kind of like tracing, honestly. It's not really that impressive what I'm doing, I guess, but it's like very satisfying, you know? My scale is just like so off here. I think I'm doing the face details too big, honestly. I think it's supposed to go like this. I think I need to trust my gut more and get rid of this. Well, we'll get this. I think that this part's kind of okay, but I think this is going up a little too far, and I think that this is too far over. I also didn't realize we need to erase some of these details in the face anyways. I love this song. This is a piece by Fernando Sor. I'm just gonna erase in the face anyways, even though we just added that detail, because like we don't want these like this green in the face right now. Let's just get rid of all this inside here. Okay, we'll fix all of this. Don't you worry. Actually, we might want to erase more in the head. If all of this is green, get rid of most of it. Okay. Should be okay now. So let's do this. Oh, I love this song. This is from Yoshi's Island, actually. I think that's pretty good. I don't think that's bad. So then all this would be colored in, if that's the case. Okay, we're gonna erase some of what we filled in, but like overall this is a pretty good maneuver, I think. We're just gonna kind of go over just a little bit. And then there's like one other little curly cue, I guess. And we'll just do our best here. Okay. So let's erase what's applicable over here. Probably gonna be something like that. Oh, pretty good ending. Oh, into such a good song. This is a Serenata Española. Let's see if anybody's talking in chat here. Nintendo music is always great. Oh, you're pre-banning a Chud. Thank you. You see, chat's hard for me to keep up at this point. Chud is just someone who's an asshole. Okay, so let's get back to some art here. Check this out. Check this out. This is a fucking good one. Art. Where is it? Why is it not working? Oh, I'm on erase, not draw. Art is meant to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. So good. So good. So good. Top tier quote. Literally S tier. Earlier we saw another philosophical quote, but it wasn't too much like that. Come to the conclusion that conservatives don't deserve things. Yeah. So a chud is basically like a conservative fascist, essentially. Yeah. Sorry, I've not been talking because like I just want to get this detail like here. I so fucked up these layers at the beginning, but like instead of just like restarting, I'm just like powering through, kind of just because like it's honestly like mildly satisfying to me. And I don't like going backwards. I'd rather just press forwards and just let the imperfections like sit in the piece, frankly. That's like kind of half of it, so it's like kind of no skin off my back, but then also I don't want like this overt green. I don't really want like overt green here. In fact, I might just like color over like a little. Oh no, I shouldn't do that. That's not a good solution, but you know, I think that this is gonna be pretty good. I think that this will be. I think it looks pretty decent the way that it does. So let's just see after we do one more fill in here with this color. It's a little bit better for sure. I'll take this color out too. And then we do want this color at certain parts of the face too. I'll just do like a kind of liberal helping of this shade. And the shade should actually carry down into the neck, which should be over here actually. That's okay. Okay, we're gonna draw this on background. Whoops. Grab the outline color, go here. I'll just give Andy a wrist. It's gonna kind of go like that, and it's supposed to be like a little shorter on that end, but not too much shorter. That's like not bad. And then we'll grab these colors again, and I'm basically just gonna, whoops, wrong layer. Kind of similar, just same premise. Go here and just erase more because clearly I need to. Okay, there we go. Now I think we should be able to draw over it more effectively. Okay, flip it. Interesting look. Now let's draw those freaking hands. Let's see what chat's saying. I don't know where chat is. Being with queer folks is great. Yeah, it is. It's important, even when there's so much shit around. Definitely. You're like 5 minorities at the same time, and you're an environmentalist. So you've been thinking about politics for some time. Oh yeah, one thing I haven't been talking about is that I'm vegan. So that's really important to me too. And I also really value the environment as well. So hoping that it doesn't all die soon. And you know, most of my dreams involve becoming techno-elven and like just imbuing ourselves into nature, so hopefully. I mean, we gotta to see ourselves as separate from nature is kind of part of the problem to begin with, I guess. I'm just gonna mute while I take a sip of this drink. Okay, now we want the color picker, and then in this layer, oh, whole thing, not bad. Grab that color, flip. Pop it in here. Nice. Now it's coming together. Now it's looking pretty good. Look at that. Look at this. Would you just look at it? Would you just take a look? Would you just look at it? Oh, I'm doing this on background. We need to do it here. This will be faster at least. Oh, it's supposed to go up. This is Manuel Ponce we're listening to as well. We were listening to a couple other pieces earlier. Nice. That's all pretty good. I really want this mouth to be like perfect, so let's do it. Let's try. Oh, that was close. It's really gotta be like one fell swoop. Hold on, I gotta count here. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you end on the 5th. You know what might help is to do like a starting spot, and then like a starting spot. And then we know the target, sort of. You can kind of like... that's not good. No. No. That's actually kind of closer, but no. I gotta get this. This is like the center of the study. That's the right number of curves, but they're not displaced quite exactly. This is really the most crucial part of everything. But I'm not even doing this on background anyways, so why don't we fix that and do this on the right layer? Shit, I lost it. I had it for a second. I almost have it memorized at this point. No, that's not it. It's like down, and then there's like it's like the first one is like not actually that extreme. The second one's very extreme, and the third one's not at all. It's like that. This one's not very unique, and then it's like slightly, and then it ends. But that time I was too far over. It's close. If I like curve that, it's not as bad. I was really trying to do it in one stroke, but I mean, it's pretty good. Like this is supposed to be a little bit more further up, and that should be like a little more curved. That's pretty good from there. That looks okay. Check out what chat's saying. Well, for me, it was a documentary in food class, and you've always wanted to be a vegetarian, and it was your 18th birthday, and you thought you would make the choice then. Aw, that's a really nice reason. And I became vegetarian when I was like 22, probably. And then I became vegan like 5 years ago when I was probably like, 27. So I was like vegetarian for about 4 or 5 years, and I've been vegan for 5 years. And it's definitely a big part of my life, and I'm pretty happy about it. Nabil, are you still vegan? And yeah, I read that they were lowering the payout to a minimum of $50, which is really good because, like, I actually might literally depend on that $50 for groceries, literally. So we will very, very soon see. I am so broke. I'm glad to hear that you're still vegan. I figured you would be. I wasn't doubting your dedication to veganism. But also I wasn't like trying to assume anything either, you know? Try not to assume. I'm gonna just like, I'm gonna do like this part of the face, and then I'm gonna just take a break and run to the bathroom. Because I am, I need to pee, and I'm also gonna take a break so that I can eat something. I'm getting like pretty hungry. But I'll be back in like 15 minutes. And this is starting to come along. This is starting to look like the actual reference here. This should come down more. That's pretty good. Cancel. Grab that color and grab that color. We need the bright yellow color. Okay, well if that one's supposedly dark, then yep, this is the right layer. And we're also going to want like the little sweat bead colors too, for sure. I can't even like see the difference in these colors right now, on like my computer screen, that is. Like I can see the colors in the picture, but it doesn't seem like my computer screen is having much of an effect. This one should go like, I'm on the right layer, yes. Should go kind of like this. Whoops, too far. Here we go. Ready? There we go. Seems pretty legit. And then we'll switch it off. This is the spot that gets darker. And I definitely want to do that eyebrow really quickly. Whoops. Whoops. I'm just gonna go ahead and redo this whole loop-to-loop because it should be like slightly to the left. Should be like this. Nope. That wasn't it. Nope. Nope. Should be a little bigger. I think we can actually live with that one because then we're gonna do the outline. Should really just come right by, and then it should come down. And we're gonna erase where applicable, of course, like that. And then fill in, and we'll erase again if we need to, which we probably will. This, and fill in. It's coming along. Not that anybody asked, but I'd say it's coming along. That's pretty good. Okay, let's get some of the sweat beads. Gotta be like whiter than the. I'm just gonna decide for the program. That's pretty good. That's sweat. Okay, let's draw this hand, and then I'm gonna check what chat has to say. I said I was gonna go to the bathroom recently, and that just has not happened. But that's okay, though. Sometimes you just, don't go. Okay, we'll redo some of this here, for sure. It's like a weird shape for a finger, to be honest. It's like kind of pointed downward. It's like a little clawed. A little bit. Like, not that, but kind of like that. Yeah, like kind of like that. It's not too bad. But that it's supposed to be like flatter. I can erase inside it too. That's not bad. Cool. Now let's fill the inside of it with the darker tone. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Now I have to erase everything well on this layer. All because I did the layers wrong at the beginning. Be careful with your layers, people. That's not too bad. I do need to make some adjustments, but it's not too bad. I mean, it kind of looks good already, frankly. I'm not sure what else I want to do right now. On this one, I should do the stars. That's like pretty important. They asked me if I saw or faced my harassment on Twitch in the last month. They're really out of touch with what happens on this app. Yeah, I mean, out of touch is like the word for basically every company, I guess. Just by virtue of being a company. Just even being able to exist as a company just makes you out of touch. Okay, I'm gonna take a break, but I hope that you're enjoying the drawing. I mean, it kind of looks decent, right? Let's check out OBS real quick. I mean, so that one shouldn't be a display capture, actually. It should be turned off, and it should be the original picture. Give me a second, let's do this. Hold on, let's browse the desktop. There we go. Now y'all can see what I'm going for. Not bad. Okay. I'm gonna take a break, but I'll talk to all of you very soon. Hello! Thanks for being here, if you're here. And thanks for being here if you're not, but if you're here. Like if you're lurking. And thanks for not bothering me if you're not here, but you don't like me. Thank you, everyone. This is Bach's 6th cello suite, if I'm not mistaken. D major, beautiful key. We're gonna turn it off though. We're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna. And of course I've had the desktop audio on. That kind of fucks up the music. I've learned that you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Okay. Let's listen to Terrence McKenna and do some art, shall we?
So are precede in time narcotic shamanism, so that by the time a culture turns to a drug, even a plant drug, for the hallucinogenic experience, it's past its cultural peak. But I think that this was just based on not carefully thinking it through and formulating your opinion at a very early point in the history of the collection of the data. Because it's now, I think, pretty well established that hallucinogenic drug-based shamanism is the primary shamanism. And that... historically, yeah. And that the evolution of these other techniques has to do with the unobtainability for various cultural reasons of the preferred method of induction, which was a drug. We can, if you want to take a microcosmic case, the entire cultural history of India is haunted by the loss of soma. The pinnacle of Indian civilization, the writing of the Rig Vedas, the production of the Rig Vedas, occurred entirely under the influence and in praise of a plant of some kind called soma, which was the good. And whatever it was, as the people who wrote the Vedas invaded India, their cultural context shifted, and it became lost, and further lost, and further lost. And I think it would be very easy to make the case that the endless adumbration of techniques for the invocation of ecstasy and vision state in India has to do with this cultural obsession with the recovery of the soma. And a similar situation can be seen with the case of Amanita muscaria, which has been held up as the paratypical case of narcotic shamanism, basically because it was the first such case studied in depth by Russian anthropologists who around 1910 to 15 went to the Amur district of far eastern Siberia and studied the Tungusic people who were using Amanita muscaria then. And the so-called classical shamanism that Iliad develops and that he measures all shamanic traditions against worldwide is the Siberian model. It is thought of as the proto-shamanism. It has all the elements, all the motifs are present in it. It's somehow an case of the shamanic complex. At least he wants to take it so. Other people have held different opinions. For instance, Gordon Wasson felt that narcotic shamanism was primary, that in fact the the chance encounter with hallucinogenic plants in the environment probably was the driving force behind the formulation of religion. That people working their way through an environment testing plants and eating them would eventually come upon a hallucinogen, and the experience would be so tremendous a ingression of novelty into their ordinary experience that they would immediately cultify the source of the experience and surround it with taboos and ritual, and you're off and running, you know, all the elements are present. This may be true. My brother has wanted to go farther and suggest that consciousness itself may be a kind of self-reinforcing feedback loop that has to do with hallucinogens in the environment being encountered by monkeys, who then keep taking them, and you know, as you experience a state, you sort of imprint it. These creodes are laid down, and this is perhaps related to what's called flashback, although I'm not sure that I believe that the flashback phenomenon exists. But I think it is true that you can come to think psychedelically in the absence of psychedelic drugs. If you have used them for years and years and years, it just becomes like a style of being. And I think this style of being in the earliest primates developed into what we call civilization, this style of being, of holding ideas, freely commanding images, accessing material in the past, juxtaposing things in novel situations. These may have originally been forms of mental disequilibration that were meaningless to primates. I mean, what is a monkey to do when suddenly a 2-year-old memory of a hunting situation passes through the mind in a state of disequilibrium and confusion? But of course, we can see that the major thing which has given us a leg up on all other plants and animals on the planet is that we think and we draw conclusions, and from those conclusions we put operational procedures into effect so that any agent in the environment which would promote the generation of self-reflection would be, it's like evolutionary super fuel or something. It just gives you a tremendous advantage over every other species. Yes?
How do you suggest this flashback syndrome that people talk about if you don't believe that it is truly...
Well, it's hard for me to believe, you see, that in adipose tissue you could deposit enough of a drug that then 4 or 5 days later some system would cause it all to release all at once at such a level of concentration that you would have some kind of recurring mini trip. I would like maybe seek not a chemical explanation, not exactly a crude chemical explanation, which is that if you take the drug you might get high again in a few days, but that the experience is so novel that the imprinting of it may have a numinous quality, so that a few days later, in a moment of calm or self-reflection, its numinous quality would allow it to re-emerge quite startlingly in the field of consciousness. That's more my idea of what a flashback must be like. The notion that you would be riding a bus and suddenly realize, my God, I'm getting high on LSD, to me that sounds slightly pathological, but I'm not sure. All I can say is I've taken lots of drugs, and if it happened to me, I would be quite alarmed.
It has the theory of the flashback has the assumption that the experience is caused by the drug.
Right.
And then we have the experience again. You think, oh, it's the drug again. It's left in my body or whatever.
Right.
Whereas most of us don't believe that the experience is caused by the drug. The drug simply releases something that's already there. So once it's been released, it could be released again, or it could be released by other means. And so if you flash back, it just means you're reviewing some memory.
Probably if you studied trauma cases with an eye to this phenomenon, you would discover that people who will say have near automobile accidents or something like that. Probably 10% of them within 10 days of the experience have go through a jittery, strong memory, a recurrent. Well, you wouldn't say that's the chemistry of the automobile accident, near miss resurfacing. So it may be that all upsetting, unsettling experiences have the quality to recur with startling vividness sometime later. It's just a way of integrating it or something. Right. Yeah.
Is it a matter of the amount of energy that's been taken up in the process of being conscious that's associated with the particular kind of experience that makes that an altered state of consciousness as opposed to regular? Would you want to explain it in those terms? That whatever is experienced under powerful energy levels will be re-experienced at a certain, or retrieved at the same level. So somehow it's classified under that sort of experience.
Right, it's state-bounded in a certain way, is what you're saying. It's accessible only in the same situation. Perhaps an experience of the an explanation of the flashback thing would be that it's an effort to integrate the material. It's actually like remembering a dream. Just something sets it off. You say, oh right, last night I had this dream and there was this thing and now it's coming back to me. Well, that's a flashback of some sort, and I believe the orthodox psychoanalytical explanation would be that the compensatory value of the image is being integrated into ego consciousness by so this would be a similar situation. Material from the unconscious does have a compensatory role to play if it can be integrated. So it's that kind of thing. So a little bit more about shamanism as a general phenomenon. It relates, and Merciliade again wrote a very interesting book, which very few people seem to have read, called The Forge and the Crucible, which is a study of the relationship of shamanism to alchemy through relating the two figures through the figure of the smith. The smith stands between the shaman and the alchemist.
I just want to hear Terrence Mckenna say
the smith, the early shaman, alchemist, metallurgist, all these things came together.
Yeah, just
because the ability to handle hot objects is related to the ability to smelt and mold metal, which is related to the ability to create. This is the Hephaestos archetype for any classic scholars. This is the notion of the artificer, and the artificer in the classical traditions, the person who makes things, is always assisted by demons. This is what it means to make things. Techne is the invocation of demons, not necessarily with a pejorative connotation, but as these familiars, which they make these objects for you. They bring them from the other dimension. It's as though they are the minions from the realm of the ideas. And the smith, shaman, alchemist, working with the fire, which is seen as the interface between this world and a higher world of order, brings these things through. And this bringing through of magical objects and magical information was what the early shaman smith was about. Then very early these two things divided, possibly because the making of metal became associated with the shedding of blood, because it came to mean not the forging of implements for agriculture, but the forging of blades for slaughter. And at that point, these things were divided because there is worldwide the sense that the shaman must be kept from the mundane. The shaman rarely, in war-making societies, the shaman rarely makes war. He's kept back. He has a sacral quality that keeps that from happening.
But it would be involved, for example, helping the food gathering and hunting processes.
That's right. And casting of magic and battle prognostication and all of this.
Seems pretty good.
You can see the enemy coming.
Looking then at narcotic shamanic complexes worldwide, maybe the simplest thing to do would be to survey them briefly and then to talk about the ones that are of particular interest. Starting in the European and Eurasian Arctic, we have, as I mentioned before, this Amanita muscaria cult, which is a very interesting cult to me because it relates to a mushroom, and mushrooms have a role to play that has not yet been fully explicated, even though people like Gordon Wasson and John Allegro and many people have tried to bring it out. But the mushroom shamanic complex appears in two forms in the world. In the Amanita muscaria complex of the Siberian and European Arctic, which is a difficult one. One of the things that's puzzled anthropologists is how hard it is to get high on Amanita muscaria. And, you know, people have published compendious books arguing that it was the original soma, and then had to admit that when they took it, it was either inactive or very unpleasant. And so there have been suggestions that perhaps it was prepared in some way, perhaps decarboxylated. The muscarine, which is a poison, can be decarboxylated to muscimol, which is the hallucinogen, through being exposed to milk curds. And in the Vedas there is a lot of allusions to churning and to it is treated somehow. It's churned with milk and extracted. So perhaps this is the way to do it. Other people claim that the mushrooms have to be roasted, toasted, and that somehow then it's pyrolized, and tryptamines pyrolized on the surface of the skin then become active. I've taken Amanita muscaria a couple of times and found it to be to range from ho-hum to fairly disturbing with not too much psychedelic activity. The time that I had the most extreme effects, I took it alone in some woods behind Berkeley, and about an hour into it, the only effect I could see, I'm wearing contact lenses by the way, the only effect I could see was that my vision was blurring and blurring and blurring and blurring, and I made this calculation about whether I could walk out before I would be completely non-ambulatory. And I did walk out, and it seemed to reach a plateau of this blurred vision thing. And then I laid down on the ground and closed my eyes, and there was some sub-threshold hypnagogia, but it was definitely the small potatoes of hallucinogenesis. Now perhaps more would have been more effective, but these muscarine, that's a symptom of muscarine poisoning, is the blurred vision. So I knew, you know, I was out into it. It seems that it's highly variable geographically and seasonally, so that, and this we'll find in talking about many of these drugs, is a problem, that knowing how to choose, it isn't often only a matter of the plant, but the plant, the time of year, sometimes the time of day, the growth stage of the plant, the variability, signs which account for the variability, and so on. Continuing to look at the Eurasian landmass, here it is, the largest continental landmass existing in the world today, and it's been throughout man's sojourn in the environment extremely poor in hallucinogens. We could almost say that hallucinogens are absent, because you have to really do some concocting to get one together in Europe. European magic, witchcraft so-called, was largely based on solanaceous plants, which contain tropanes, which are psychoactive, definitely, but debatably hallucinogenic. They are extreme, they are confusatory, and extremely unpredictable and very unpleasant. Any of you who've graduated through the Carlos Castaneda books know the respect that was paid to these solanaceous plants, especially in the first book. They are not, I think, an acceptable hallucinogen for someone seeking self-transformation and understanding. They seem to be spooky, tied up on some lower bardo with the projection and manipulation of other people. I've seen people get into very weird places with it. I had a friend once, when I was studying Tibetan in Nepal, I lived in a Nepali village, and there were acres of Datura metalloides, the conspecific species in Asia to metal in the southwest. And he got quite into it. And one day I was shopping for vegetables in the market, and I met him, and we were talking, and he said, perhaps later I'll see you in the market. And I said, we're in the market. And he said, no, we're not. I'm lying down on my bed. We're talking in my apartment. And I realized, you know, this was a severe case of body image dislocation from the linguistic center. And it was typical. I took it a couple of times and found it very strange. The psychological part, which was quite interesting, was you would wait and slowly form the opinion that it was not working. And as long as you kept your attention focused on it, watching for its approach, it would not boil. But no one can do that for very long. Eventually you begin to think, well, should I go get something to eat, or what's happening? And when your attention would shift, you would fall into like a twilight sleep. And what I saw happening was these things, which were ectoplasmic forms, is the only way I can describe them, came into my window, and they were carrying spread sheets like newspapers, and these sheets of newspaper would drift down across my lap, and I would read something which would be so amazing that it would jerk me out of the state. And then I would say, oh, what was that? Something, what was it? I can't remember. It was something, and then it would begin to happen again. And this intensified, and this is typical of European witchcraft. They always say the devil, sorry to say, will come and show you an open book. You will read from an open book. And this is, I was definitely getting this. But then, about 40 minutes after that, these things began happening where I would feel the undeniable urge to tie myself in knots, to throw my arm behind my head and my leg over my shoulder, these very tight things, and which would happen very quickly. And then I would find myself in this situation and very consciously unfold myself and lay back down in my mosquito net and just say, and this happened maybe a dozen times. It was, to me, it felt like a sub-convulsion of some sort. I mean, it was very, and I thought to myself at the time, you know, I'm very glad this is happening to me, because I think this would try somebody else's patience to the uttermost, and it's trying mine. So I think this is the kind of thing that Datura is about. It's very unpredictable, very much about your own physiology, varies from species to species, and there are maybe several dozen worldwide of these highly effective solanaceous plants. You're probably all familiar with Jimson weed, Datura stramonium, which formed the basis of a shamanic religion in Southern California before the conquest, the so-called Tolach religion of the Luiseno Indians of Southern California. And on Santa Catalina, there have been digs that exposed hundreds of these capsules in human graves, these seed capsules of the Datura. And definitely the Nepali sadhus were using this. And in Benares, I would occasionally notice in the gutter a cracked pod of this. So it was an item of commerce. It was happening. the atropine-tropane complex can be balanced using other compounds that occur in European plants. So I think European shamanism, European magic always had this quality of darkness about it because the plants available were so hard to control, and the expulsive quality of some of these solanaceous compounds caused them to have a role in midwifery, which gives the feminine cast to the shamanism of Europe, and really makes it a kind of a unique case. The only exception to what I've been saying in academic understanding of the role of hallucinogens in European history is the Eleusinian mysteries, and probably you're familiar with Albert Hofmann, Karl Ruck, and Gordon Wasson wrote a book called The Road to Eleusis, in which they argue very, very convincingly that the Eleusinian mystery, which was practiced for over 2,000 years at a cult site south of Athens, was in fact an ergot intoxication, that sacred fields of rye maintained there were infected with a strain of Claviceps purpura, which is the smut of rye, that had fortuitously a very high psychedelic alkaloid content and a very low poison content. And a beer, essentially an ergot-contaminated beer, was being prepared and administered. And I think I was very skeptical when I read the book, and it convinced me completely. I just don't think there's any doubt about it, which really is big news, because it means that our roots, our Grecian roots, go right back to a civilization that had as its centerpiece the psychedelic experience. Joe Fontenrose at Berkeley has studied the Delphic oracles, and though there's less evidence there for a cult of hallucinogen taking, it's fairly clear that the Pythia herself, the prophetess of the cult, was intoxicated on some kind of narcotic. Moving slightly south and far deeper into speculation, you come to John Allegro's ideas about early Christianity and its relation to a mushroom. His book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, makes the case that there never was a person named Jesus Christ, that the entire gospel story is a set of very carefully worded religio-political documents that were drafted around AD 70 to hide a cult of mushroom takers. And what they did is they named their sacrament after an imaginary religious reformer who had lived a generation earlier, who was Christ. And I don't think that Allegro's case is nearly as convincing, but his labor of collecting mushroom words in the Old Testament and of showing mushroom cognates from Akkadian and Sumerian and Attic Greek, it represents a tremendous resource for someone else, I think, to take and construct into a tighter case. Yeah.
What about the use of harmaline compounds through the Middle East, North Africa, and Spain?
Well, this is even more speculative than Allegro, because so far as I know, no authority, or even presumed authority, has ever gone into print to say that it was possible, because there is no evidence of current use. But you're right.
Actually, there's a lot of evidence of current use in Persia. If you go to any Sufi house, and they have usually 2 or 3 pounds of Syrian rue seeds and roots laying around.
And what do they do with them?
Very interesting things.
Well, I know in Pakistan it's used basically as a room fumigant, and it has these Ayurvedic uses. It's very suggestive. I mean, I think, you see, that we're at the beginning of this kind of ethnobotanical archaeology, and that you're very probably right. Syrian rue, for those of you who don't know it, the plant this gentleman mentioned, Pergamon harmala, is the giant Syrian rue, and it occurs from Morocco, basically now probably as far east as Calcutta. And it contains harmine, which is the same alkaloid which is present in the ayahuasca, the major constituent of ayahuasca, which is Banisteriopsis caapi. For years, the constituent of Banisteriopsis caapi was given exotic names like telepathine, banesterine, this and that, until it was finally realized that it was identical to a compound isolated in 1937 by Hochstein and Paradis that was called harmine. Now, several things about this. In South America, the drugs that utilize harmine always do so in combination with another plant which contains DMT. Reports of the activity of harmine on its own are greatly exaggerated. In fact, if you go into the literature, what you discover is it comes down to Claudio Naranjo and one patient, and they described an altered state. It wasn't clear. It was clear that it was psychoactive, but it's not clear that it was hallucinogenic. It seemed to be a kind of enhanced alertness phenomenon. However, this doesn't mean that there couldn't have been a drug prepared in Eurasia that was analogous to ayahuasca in South America. What we have to do is find a DMT plant, a DMT-containing plant that could be combined with the Pergamon harmala to yield a strong hallucinogen. Now, the candidate that I favor is Arundodonax, which is the giant river reed of Asia. Its roots contain DMT in substantial amounts. I have never had the two plants together so that we could actually brew some up and try it. But looking at the published data of the relative concentrations, it looks to me like you should be able to brew a rip-roaring hallucinogen with Arundodonax and Pergamon harmala. Now, it's very suggestive too, because to this day, this plant, Arundodonax in the Arundinaceae, is the preferred source for reeds for musical instruments. All fine reeds are made from Arundodonax, and this suggests a mythological connection. Orpheus, the power of music, the descent into the underworld via the reed. It may be an exoteric symbol of the use of the roots of the reed as a hallucinogen. So, and one last clue, which is among archaeologists, even old-styled archaeologists who know nothing of what I've just said, Pergamon harmala is commonly known as ruin weed. And when you go to Turkey and Anatolia and you're mound hopping, what you look for are patches of Pergamon harmala. It is always found coincident to these mounds that dot Anatolia, southern Turkey, Syria.
There's a couple of other things that you might want to consider. That particular reed, if you read Sufi literature for the last 600 years, it's a major metaphor for their state of consciousness. In Rumi's Masnavi and his Tabani Shams, he's constantly going back to the reed and the sound of the reed.
There's a career to be made revealing the existence of this Pergamon harmala plus reed narcotic. It's very old. I'm convinced that it's real. There are even other plants that, there's even a species of Banisteriopsis argregentum, that has DMT in it, according to the one Indian chemist who analyzed it and reported it. Now, this one Indian chemist has been known to make mistakes, but he did publish data indicating that this Banisteriopsis native to southern India had DMT in it. So this would be a very fertile fertile problem to take up. There are many fertile problems. As we go through these 2 days, again and again, I hope to be able to say, now here's a problem where someone could make a career by just leaning into this and finding out what is going on. The role of the reed in Egyptian mythology, in Sumerian mythology, in the several cults that have arisen in the marshes at the mouth of the Tigris-Euphrates drainage. The reed seems to me a very potent potential for an undiscovered hallucinogen. Moving south now into Africa, what we find is, as I mentioned earlier, that Africa is the most heavily impacted, human-impacted environment on the planet. Species poor, consequently hallucinogen poor, but tantalizing hints exist that when humanity arose in Africa, it was much wetter and there was a much wider distribution of plant species, some of which were utilizable. There is one outstanding narcotic complex, hallucinogenic complex in Africa that should be mentioned, and that is the Iboga cults of Gabon and Cameroon. This is Tabernatha Iboga, the source of ibogaine, and it is a powerful hallucinogen by repute, and molecularly somewhat different from the others in the family. It hasn't been well studied because it's pretty much the prerogative of men's societies with fairly stringent initiation procedures. What we need is a black French-speaking male anthropologist who is willing to go to Cameroon and live into this thing and find out all about it. The only other plants in Africa that show any promise at all as hallucinogens occur further south. In what is now South Africa, there is among the Hottentots a plant called Gewogdoad. It's Pelospelus nelli, and you occasionally see them sold at nurseries around here. If you know what lithops are, or Mesembryanthemaceae, the so-called stone plants, those are all plants which evolved in the deserts of southern Africa. And this one, Pelospelus bolasi, and the conspecific species Pelospelus nelli, both contain mesembrine, a compound unknown except from the Mesembryanthemaceae, which is a very recently evolved plant group. And Hottentots swear by it. So far as I know, nobody else has ever bellied up to the bar. But that's there to be done, although the political problems of working with black people in South Africa. Khat, well, I don't know, if we allow in caffeine, we lengthen our list incredibly. Khat is a super caffeine plant that totally obsesses the people of South Yemen and can't even be sold 100 yards across the border where people regard them as mad. No, actually, it has a fairly wide distribution. It's used in Djibouti and along the coast of Aden, a super caffeine plant. The other plant that I will mention now, although I could have mentioned it in talking about Eurasia, is cannabis. Cannabis is in an odd place because I think experientially it is a psychedelic, and that would make it the world's most popular psychedelic. Chemically, it is not an alkaloid, it's a polyhydric alcohol. It arose in Central Asia and has been under human cultivation probably for 7,000 to 10,000 years would be a conservative estimate. And many races have evolved. Some are fiber races, some are resin races. And I think we tend to devalue the power of cannabis because we rarely eat it in large amounts. And I think if you'll look back through the literature of the 19th century on cannabis, for instance, the accounts of Baudelaire or the accounts of Bayard Taylor or Fitzhugh Ludlow, you will see that eating 4 grams of fine Moroccan hashish, washed down probably with a little absinthe, is quite an experience, and the literary record that is left of it, the literary accounts that we have make it sound pretty indistinguishable from 500 micrograms of LSD, although what they would have thought of 500.
So, I don't know who's still checking in here. I don't know who's watching actively, if anyone. But if you're here, thanks. You're real. You are a real stream watcher. I've just been like sort of playing around and making this drawing, and I'm pretty happy with how it came out. I think I'm just gonna move on to the next one because I had fun making it. I just don't feel like doing any more of the detail. The backgrounds, like, there's a lot of detail in the backgrounds, and I'm more into just drawing the characters. That's the part that I think is most fun and funny. And I think I captured the most important elements of this drawing. So, I'm going to save and do all the things on my drawing, and I'll just put on the webcam for now and just sort of narrate while I take care of some of this stuff. So if you're watching, thank you very much. This is Gender Blending, and I'm Paige, but you can also call me Riley if you want to. And right as soon as I'm done, I'll load up a new picture, I think. Let's see. I want to do kind of a fun one. I think I might do a close-up of the face. I think that might be the funniest and most fun. Do this one. Move this here. I think that's gonna be what we draw next. Okay, it's gonna be this. We're gonna say okay. Then here, we're gonna zoom out and grab the colors to start. I mean, we really only need the outline color, really. So, we'll just stick with that. Well, we do want a background color. So we'll do blue in the top, pink in the bottom. And since you all can see, I'm gonna go back to Terrence McKenna. My audio was doubled again, but I don't know if anybody's actually paying attention right now, so that's okay.
100 micrograms of LSD, I don't know. High-tech and pre-literate people, the people of the Chocó in Colombia, smoke weed, huge bombers, and also these Hottentot people, and well, the history of cannabis use worldwide is fairly well understood, the way it relates to Rastafarianism, the way it relates to Tantric or Shaivite Hinduism. It's a big surprise, I think, to people who study yoga in this country to arrive in India and discover that most yogins in India spend many hours a day making and then consuming chillums, and that this seems to be a major preoccupation of everybody on the spiritual quest.
Excuse me.
Yes?
What are chillums?
Chillums? A chillum is a thing which looks like a cone with the end cut off, and it has a little, you put a little rock in it to block it, and then you mix hashish and tobacco together, and you pack it in, and then you have a little piece of cotton cloth which is wet called a sufi. I don't know if there's anything to be drawn from that or not, but you wrap the sufi across the bottom of the cloth, then you hold it like this, or various ways, and you can get an enormous suction on that, and when they light it, it's a burning surface about the size of a quarter, and you can get a staggering hit off of it. I will never forget the first time I encountered it in its most extreme form, which is I had arrived in Israel, of all places, and it was not where I wanted to be. I was trying to get to Africa, and I thought I would take a bus to southern Israel, to Eilat. This was in 1967, and take a boat to Kenya. And when I took this bus to this place and stopped somewhere, and it was nothing, and I went up into the desert, and there were freaks, Danish, Dutch, Colombian, American freaks living in this dry arroyo called the Wadi, which was a place where when it rained, it washed down to the Red Sea. But since it hadn't rained for 40 years, people were living in caves in the side of this Wadi. And their technique, which I don't think I've ever seen surpassed as a smoking technique, was they would take an orange Fanta bottle and smash it on a rock, so you get this neck with the broken bottle. Then there was the lowest denomination Israeli coin is called an agarot, and it's like a gear. It actually has a scalloped edge, so the one agarot piece will fall into the neck of the broken Coke bottle and perfectly block it. And you can make a chillum which is, will destroy a tent full of 30 people. And this is modern ethnopharmacology. I know there are urban anthropologists among us, so these are the things which need to be documented. Anyway, it was thought...
That's usually a combination of cannabis and tobacco, then.
And tobacco, almost always.
Which in itself is a whole other...
Yes, an MAO inhibitor and all these things.
The tobacco is the MAO inhibitor?
It is a strong MAO inhibitor, yeah.
What's MAO?
Monoamine oxidase. This is the system in your brain which is inhibiting monoamines, meaning serotonin is a monoamine, but so are all these drugs. So if you take a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, the monoamines no longer oxidize, and oxidation is their way of being inactivated. So if you take an MAO inhibitor and then one of these drugs, it doesn't go away. It just goes on and on and on and on until your monoamine oxidase system reasserts itself and quenches the drug effect. And there are powerful monoamine oxidase inhibitors. There are monoamine oxidase inhibitors which will inhibit every molecule of monoamine oxidase in your entire body, to the point where it takes 23 days to build back up to normal MAO levels. Most MAO inhibitors are not so violent. For instance, harmine is what's called a reversible MAO inhibitor. It inhibits MAO for 4 to 6 hours and then is degraded by that pathway. Continuing on around the world, looking at these shamanic hallucinogenic drug complexes, I mentioned Soma in India, probably Amanita muscaria in the opinion of Gordon Wasson. I think that it's more likely that it was a stropharia. And I will talk about the mushrooms when I get to Latin America, to Central America. But it's important to remember that their point of origin is believed actually to be Southeast Asia, to be, in fact, Cambodia. And they seem to have a very old symbiotic relationship with the white cattle, the Cebu, the tropical cattle, which developed in that same area. At Non Nak Tha in northern Thailand, they have found graves, Neolithic graves, 15,000 BP, with the bones of Bos indicus intermingled with human bones in human burials, and with some of the bones of Bos indicus with burned out centers, indicating a chillum, the use of it as a chillum. Obviously bones were the first chillums. But no mushroom use is known to survive in Asia, although in the interests of completeness, there is a curious situation going on in what used to be called New Guinea, which is now West Irian in Indonesia. There is it was very puzzling. There were tribes high up in this mountain valley who took mushrooms. And when they took the mushrooms, they behaved as though they were possessed. And look to people as the reports began to filter out, aha, another mushroom cult, and Gordon Wasson and his people went and made extensive collections. And the problem was that the mushrooms, a number of species were indicated in this folk way, and none of them had any discernible psychoactivity at all, and no chemical analysis showed anything happening. So then they went back through it much more carefully with linguists. And what this means, they went through it much more carefully with linguists, is they asked the people. Said, why do you do this? These mushrooms don't do anything. And they said, oh, we know they don't do anything, but you can't run amok unless you've taken them. And it turned out it was a cultural permission thing. It was that the expression of extreme dissatisfaction and rage was to be always preceded by the ingesting of certain mushrooms. And no one knew why. And it may be a memory of a mushroom cult, or it may be totally unrelated to the normal acquisition of vision states from drugs. Who can say?
Like other mushrooms in Nepal, and seems like there's a lot of them there now.
Well, there are once psilocybin was located and noticed as a metabolite of basidiomycetes, then they began looking worldwide, and they find them everywhere. It's called synchronicity, and is just called a necessary, because the world exists, this must happen, so this exists. But what are you to say when it happens 20 times an hour? What seems to be happening, and what would certainly challenge science tremendously, is that under certain conditions, mind can become a force in the environment through the intercession of drugs. Now, at first, this idea may sound outlandish. Then at second pass, it sounds pedestrian. It sounds like it's just a new way of describing magic. You're saying what magic is mind as force in the world. I think that's true. But what interests me is, what are the limitations of this, and how can one take control of it? The ego does not seem to be the controller of the force. The force, the controller behind the buildup of coincidence is not the ego, but it is like the ego. Perhaps it's the superego. Whatever it is, it has some kind of overview of events, and it can move the situation in different directions. So when you take the drugs, this is why I said earlier this morning, I sit still in darkness, because I don't want to send waves out into the world that can be returned to me as affects, because it just becomes too strange. You know, you discover that the world really is made of language. And if you discover this too fast, it will undo you, because you're part of the world, and you don't want to discover that you are also only made of language, and then draw the appropriate conclusions from that, and then, you know, where would you be left? So you have to proceed carefully with the project of deconstruction. As to what the psychedelic state is in itself, if we can speak of an in itself and a for itself of the psychedelic experience, it seems to me that it must be, it's a dimension. It's a higher, dimensions are very hard to talk about, but it's some kind of higher enfolding of space which you occupy. This morning I made the metaphor of that it stands the shaman in eternity. This is a way of saying that there is a dimension which encompasses all time, but which stands behind it, but which can somehow be entered via the drug. The reason I think this is true is because I think you can look at all of evolution as a conquest of dimensions. This is what is actually happening. Like the earliest forms of life had only a tactile sense. They got no information about the world except about those objects that were in direct contact with their surface, and then they encountered them as resistance. That was the readout these primitive organisms got. Well, then they developed photoactive spots on their bodies so that they could register electromagnetic input from a higher dimension, photons falling on the environment, previously a datum unavailable to biology, suddenly became available. And a difference was established between light and darkness, and animals could move toward the light or, into darkness, so this sort of thing. Then that sets those photoactive patches that convey the impression of light and darkness set the stage for the development of the eye. And the eye presupposes a real conquest of distance, because you're actually coordinating information that is not immediately present. What it is, if you analyze it very carefully, is it's ahead of you in time. When you look with your eyes at something, what you are doing operationally is looking into the future, because you are going to then set your legs in motion and walk toward the thing seen and confirm for yourself its existence. And time is passing while you are walking toward this object. You are walking toward the thing beheld a moment before. So you see, your eyes are further ahead of you in time than any other sense. And with bipedal motion and binocular vision, we're getting ever finer and finer coordination of three-dimensional space. And we know the primates have the best coordination of three-dimensional space of any animal group, and they achieved it by leaping from tree to tree and swinging from limb to limb and achieving this marvelous coordination within a three-dimensional access. The leap to the next dimension, which is not a spatial dimension but a temporal dimension, occurs through development of an entirely different set of mechanisms. We're no longer now talking about coordinating bipedal motion with the eyes. We're talking about keeping the past present somehow so that it doesn't go away, and finding out about the future and having it also in the present somehow. And for this you need language and grammars with tenses. And so this whole quasi-biological mechanism is developed, which allows a further conquest now of time. Now we no longer live in a kind of a shimmering eternal present, but we have a history, and a geological history, a planetary history, a meta-history. We have a future, and a planetary future, and a meta-future. And we squeeze all this down. We say, we know where we are. We're halfway from the Big Bang to God, and we're well coordinated. Now, what is happening is, with the hallucinogens, it turns out there is yet another level of ingression into the mix of being, a previously entirely unanticipated level, as unanticipated as a level as history was unanticipated by the creature with the light-sensitive spot. It was a great task for it to conceive of light and darkness, let alone the notion of a universal cosmic history. And what the hallucinogen, and this is why, recall that I said that the tryptamines are so much like brain chemistry, and the beta-carbolines as well, which are the compounds in ayahuasca which inhibit the MAO. They occur in the living brain. In fact, the compounds in ayahuasca and the compounds in the living human brain are so close as to be essentially co-mappable. What this means to me is that actually, without the presence of psychedelics per se, we are evolving into this dimension that I'm talking about, that is the dimension beyond history, beyond three-dimensional space. In fact, this is what religion is. This is what ecstatic experience is. These are anticipations of a future state of humanity that we are moving toward. Who was it? Wordsworth, Keats, somebody wrote in Ode to a Grecian Urn, Intimations of Immortality. That's what it is. It's a growing intimation of immortality. If by immortality we mean this strange, all-inclusive, previously invisible dimension of information which the psychedelics are making accessible. And I think that, we have come to a funny place in this process, a place where a person like me and people like you can sit in a room and I actually articulate the process. I say, this is what's happening, but you see, it's always been happening. History is the clue to the fact that the monkeys are undergoing some kind of rollover, and it takes 10 or 15,000 years for the rollover to occur, and we're, 3/4 of the way through it. So by this time, things are very strange. Everything is up for grabs. What's normal is not normal. What's secure is not secure. But the psychedelics anticipate this future state. Now, what is it, and why should it lie further along the evolutionary pathway? I think the answer to that is that as an animal evolves, the pressure is on filtering information so that the important information gets to the brain centers that need that information to keep the organism alive. So the filters which are evolved in the evolutionary process lay a tremendous stress on immediacy, quickness of response. How fast can you detect the attacking object? How fast can you perceive pain, heat, all of these things? So consequently, as an animal evolves, there is a maximizing of data about the immediate space and a minimizing of data about ever more removed points in space. I mean, a monkey evolving on the planet Earth needs no information about the galactic center. So if evolution proceeds by some kind of process of economy, all information about the galactic center will be winnowed out. It isn't necessary. Nevertheless, there seems to be in the physics of being this idea that all information is co-present everywhere. It's just that if it doesn't have biological efficacy or confer some advantage, it's not going to be easily accessed. But strangely, as a species or a culture evolves, the information that qualifies for efficacy changes, so that now we are a historical society, or we're not a troop of primates moving through the treetops. We're a high-tech society with a deep knowledge of our history and an intense anticipation of our future. So we exemplify this process. We see it happening in ourselves, and we have use now suddenly for this information in these previously hidden realms. And this is why we are gaining information about more and more abstract areas. We know now about the center of the atom, about what the processes that operate on the surfaces of stars and what's going on in black holes. All this we have deduced, but we also have it in our heads in a way. And as the cultural economy changes in relationship to information, this information will be revealed and used. And shamans are simply like leaders. They're just going first. They're explorers. They live where we all will live, and they always have done that. I think they've always been ahead of everyone. And but this passing into a higher dimension is a very strange thing, because it's going to be imperceptible, yet it's the major change in our lives. It's an internalized change. We are not all living in the same historical moment. Some of us are living in the early 90s, some of us probably in the mid-60s, I mean, people cling to preferred points in the historical continuum, but this psychedelicizing of the self, this ability to hold an image of eternity in your mind, waking or sleeping, this ability to hold an image of the planet in space, the history of the species, the correct relation of everything in the cosmos, that's what this higher sense is, and it's causing history and will obviate history. And that's why it's very important. And that's why the hallucinogens are so controversial and fraught with energy of different sorts for different people, because they are actually the thing which made us human, and they are the thing which is going to make us more than human. And they are part of a flowing stream. They're not tolerant of stasis. So to the degree that anyone forms an attachment to some static situation or concept, the psychedelics will abrade that and dissolve it, unwind the pattern, and take it away.
How do you, Terrence, what you're talking about in the beginning, this morning, you said that you made a reference that your life is a certain way now, and you like it that way. I don't know what that means to you, but right away I went into what that might mean for me. I know you're married and you have children, and how does this stasis that you're talking about in hallucinogenics, how do they relate? How do they live with one another? I shouldn't say stasis as one way.
No, but it's a very good question. Well, I think it's always been said that the path is a razor's edge, that you can fall too far to one side or the other. And the trick is to know what you're getting into, so that you make your choices with open eyes. I have contacted, these states of being which are like siren songs. You just say, my God, this is so impelling that I want to always be like this. I don't, and some of them are titanic. Like, for instance, one of the odd things in the Amazon, when you take mushrooms, that at first I thought was delightful, and then I actually came to see it as actually a weird kind of danger, so that it always made me a little uncomfortable, is you're sitting stoned on mushrooms, and this idea gets hold about how you had previously misperceived the jungle, and actually the jungle is the natural home of man, and the jungle is the mother, and you begin to get a picture in your head of a way you could be that would fulfill you but not be human. It would be life in the canopies. It would be the life of a psychedelic super ape, if the evolutionary thing had turned another way and we had developed philosophy the way we developed science, then we would move in troops through the trees in contemplation of the absolute outside of history. History need never have happened. And you're just thinking away on this and saying, yes, it sounds pretty good, and what are the conclusions to be drawn? And they are, that you are choosing to sit here doing this. You're choosing to play botanist, ethnopharmacologist, American citizen, father, lover. You're choosing to do all this. It's okay to choose to do it, but you are choosing to do it. It is not a fate. You aren't set into it. You could just right now, just get up quietly and walk toward the green and keep moving. Now, what would happen to you if you did that? Orthodoxy says night would fall, the Moscows would gather, and you would die within hours, if not days, of madness induced by insect bites, if not being chewed on by some large animal. But the state says no. It says, as you're leaving behind your humanness, you're leaving behind all these assumptions. It doesn't work like that. That the cutting edge of being is will, and it is going to be the way you will it to be. And I've never tested the limit of this thing, but I have seen briefly people do things where they willed it the way it was to be, and it bordered, on the uncanny. And this is what the feats of super balancing that are in Carlos Castaneda, tricks on waterfalls and that kind of thing. This is where you say, you know what I can do? I can do almost anything I want to do, and then proceed to go out on the razor's edge and perform these things. And they challenge, the ontological definition of humanness. The thing that we were investigating when we went to the Amazon challenges the ontological definition of humanness. What we were looking for, we had heard reports that in very off-the-river situations, in these very unacculturated tribes, that people, shaman taking ayahuasca, vomited an exotic material that was somehow, it was like a part of their body. It was a regurgitatable magical organ of some sort that they then looked into this stuff and could see. It was their means of divining. It was how they found lost objects, how they saw the future, how they performed all their magic was by means of a psychophysical fluid generated inside their own body. Well, this is either, big news or absolute madness. There's very little room to maneuver with a notion like that. But then, you get out there in the jungle and it all begins to dissolve because language binds us the way atomic forces bind metallic atoms in a matrix. We all believe the same thing because there are thousands and thousands of us here all packed closely together, all more or less believing the same thing. If you go off into isolation, you're like an electron moving out of a metallic matrix. Suddenly you're no longer bound by the rules that govern the mass phenomena of metallic atoms. Suddenly you're subject to a new set of laws, and you discover reality is very malleable and can change right in front of you. And then with the addition of psychedelics, you discover, that language is the leading edge and that it can be projected into the world. Then the trick is to learn, how to do this without becoming unbalanced, how to do it without hurting other people, and finally how to do it and actually help people. But it's a strange notion, and it's been tugging at the human experience probably since before history. Probably for the past 20 or 30,000 years, there has been, this, in the peripheral vision of the collectivity of the species, the awareness that mind is a very funny thing, and that put through the mill with psychedelic drugs, very interesting things can happen. The user of these psychedelic plants, he lives in, his world has much greater reality for him than the world of modern physics has for the people who practice modern physics, because it's an experiential world. And yet we dismiss it entirely, as a kind of a psychologism, a kind of delusion. But it's because we are so certain that language secures the ground of being.
This reminds me of what I'm mostly interested in. You mentioned those imprints, the fact that the plants have helped the apes gain a new dimension of consciousness, and probably doing it a little faster than they would have probably done it. I don't know if you're familiar with Sean Gebser's 5 stages of development of consciousness. I'm not so much into that. I've become lately interested. I only know of the 5 stages. They're the archaic into magic, into mythic, into mental, and into transcendental consciousness, and the idea of the transcendental consciousness being the new consciousness that could have happened to a certain individual sometime way past in the history or someone in the future, but it happens gradually to everybody, that the whole race is going through these stages of transformation. His idea was that they happen in the form of mutations in consciousness, which probably can find correspondences in when you get into the genetics of it. But I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, so that at least this was pretty much of a new insight to me. I thought that it would happen only naturally as a result of genetic mutation, that you begin to tap maybe not higher but different levels of consciousness.
Well, no, I don't think so. See, the human animal hasn't changed very much in 50,000 years. What seems to be happening is once you have culture, then change is transferred out of the genetic realm and into what's called the epigenetic realm. And so though the human animal has changed, suddenly culture is mutating very, very rapidly, in fact, just furiously shedding new forms. I'm not familiar with the person you mentioned, but I know a theory which sounds like it sort of parallels this is Julian Jaynes' theory that he puts forth in his book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Bicameral Mind. And what he says there is very interesting. He says that up until fairly recently, up until maybe Homeric times, circa 1400 BC, everyone heard voices. And that in fact people were sort of like animals, except that when they reached a decision point, they would appeal to God, and God would tell them what to do. And it wasn't always God. Sometimes it was the king, sometimes it was the dead king. But anyway, everybody had in their head a button they could push marked, give me the answer to the question posed. And he deduces this by studying certain passages in the Iliad and other things like that. But then he says, this phenomenon could only exist in a situation where civilizations were not in contact with each other, because traders going from one city-state to another, from Ur to Chaldea, we'll say, would notice the fact that in Ur, everybody heard the king's voice in their head. In Chaldea, everybody heard the god something or other in their head. And so these early merchants realized the relativity of religion and essentially invented the ego. They discovered that the voice which was giving people directions could become the self in some, that what had previously spoken from above could actually be integrated and become the self. Well, we now all are like this. We have all passed through this cultural transition. None of us, I hope, but too much, hear voices which give us directions. We don't do that. We ask what we call our conscience, our self. It's always accessible, and in fact, we call it me. Say, let me see what I think. We don't say, let me see what the king thinks. The king has become us. This previously autonomous psychic function has been claimed for consciousness. Well, how many of these ascents are possible? How many of these godlike hidden sources of information through a process of slow historical transformation can become so familiar that they become indistinguishable from me, and I then identify? So what James is saying about Homeric man is that Homeric man became Homeric God and actually bootstrapped himself to his ideal. This same sort of thing may be happening with the confluence of psychedelics and cybernetics. In other words, a God is evolving on this planet. It's a cybernetic God, and Julian Jaynes, he talks about this. He makes a very interesting case. He says, in Chaldea, people believing that when they had a question they needed to listen to the voice of the king in their head is not greatly different than millions and millions and millions of people having their consumer choices, the clothes they wear, the food they eat, the churches they attend, dictated to them by mass media. Taking mass media seriously is like being demonically possessed by some kind of collective organism. So, but I'm more optimistic than that. See, I think that the mass media is a very transitory phase of the cybernetic revolution, and that what is actually happening is that an overmind is coming into being, which is a human collectivity, and it is...
That's looking pretty good.
In a holographic sense, that all these little parts are merging into...
That all the information is beginning to flow. All the information is accessible at any point in the matrix, that each one of us can now access the Library of Congress shelf list, the New York Times data file. We are becoming universalized. A supermind is coming into being, and just beginning to come into being, and we may have 50 years or so of relating to it as distinct from us. But obviously, very quickly, as the way we manipulate our machines becomes more natural, and we're pointing our way toward the thought-manipulated machine that is implanted behind your ear at birth, something like that. At that point, the cybernetic overmind of the species becomes a function of your personality, and we all begin to have this alternative hyper-self where we're all together. And the psychedelics, you see, describing it with cybernetics is like a nuts and bolts description of it. This is how the rational Dionysian engineering types will attack the problem. They'll want to do it with computers and surgical implants and all that. The fact of the matter is, it is happening now. It's what psychedelic people are. It's what they know. It's just that we can't articulate it. The real thing you get out of a deep psychedelic experience is you abide with the overmind in the global racial unity of the overself for a few minutes or hours, and then taking away whatever fragmented images you can, you make your way down to what is called normal consciousness, which is the fruits of our historical experience. But people are beginning to come and go with greater and greater frequency from this new absolute that is being established and will be present for everyone ahead of us in time. And this, it's like a religious hypostatization. It's actually the condensation of the philosopher's stone as a concrescence of information which transforms the relationship of the self to the world. And the psychedelics anticipate this. They are not the Dionysian engineering type, nuts and bolts approach. They are the feminine, intuitive, magical, natural, biological, organic, etc. Approach to it. And it has always been present, but it only works for the privileged few. It's a professional discipline. It's as though we have an aspiration. Well, you can imagine we are in the position now that vis-a-vis contact with the overmind that was vis-a-vis writing. It's a magical thing which only certain specialists, highly trained and closely tied to the priestly hierarchy, can do. They can write. Now we have people highly trained, close to the ruling hierarchy, who can manipulate computers. But obviously, eventually, this will be like opening your eyes and looking around. And the psychedelics anticipate that. Information.
Is it attributed to the so-called epigenetic development? Is it assuming that this...
Tool evolution is what I mean by epigenetic development. In other words, the hands stay the same. There has been no evolution in the human hand, but what this hand makes for this hand has been changing furiously for 15,000 years. First, it was this hand handing this hand stone flints. Now it's this hand handing this hand space shuttles, particle accelerators, the H-bomb, and so on.
You know, but the assumption is that this epigenetic one is a different realm of experience than the genetic experience. Is it?
Well, genetic change to a straight evolutionary biologist, they say, you know, if there isn't gene change, there isn't genetic change. And certainly when cultural change is not accompanied by identifiable shift in the genome, the human genome of the Mayans is the same genome basically as the Nazis or the Tang Chinese or anybody else. The genome stays the same, but culture is now the theater of transformation because mind, which previously was not present or was somehow unable to express itself, has found the way to express itself. The combination of the prehensile hand and grammar, you know, has allowed this thing to really get loose. And the evolution, see, I maintain that we can go a step to a more basic level than talk about cultural change. Cultural change is being caused by change in language. Language is really the thing that is evolving. And that's why the more we can say, the more we can do, you know? I mean, we have these mantras of staggering power, which are simply articulations. Energy equals mass times the velocity of light squared. Before anybody said this, we lived in one kind of world. After somebody said it, we lived in another. So the evolution of language is reflected as cultural change, but we don't know what language is. We don't know whether it arises in the organism. This is the new school of Chomsky and that, or whether, you know, it descends from divinity and vouchsafes our relationship to the good Lord. We don't know what it is. I always say, you know, if you're looking at the world trying to find God's thumbprint, language is God's thumbprint on the world. Language is a continual happening miracle, and there's no clue as to how it works. It is absolutely outside the realm of explanation of, and linguistics is not an explanatory science. It's a descriptive science. How does language work? How does this language relate to that language? But what in the world it could be, how small mouth noises could have risen to the status of an ontological vehicle for transforming the universe is not easy to grasp. And for sure it is that. You see, there seem to be two tendencies at work in the entire universe. A large-scale physical and chemical tendency toward entropy, toward the breakdown of form and the release of heat and the dissolution of everything. And for, you know, the second law of thermodynamics states this, and it's always been held to be an absolute, and there's no reprieve, and so on and so forth. But actually, all biological systems are anti-entropic. They are chemical states which are achieve stability far from equilibrium. And they don't drift to equilibrium. They actually maintain themselves off the main line of equilibrium. You know, the average star only lives about 2 billion years. Most of the stars we see in the sky are older than that, but that's because they aren't average stars. Average stars come and go rather quickly, 2 billion years. But life, we know, has been on this single planet more than 2 billion years. This means that in contrast to the 19th century view of what's going on in the universe, life is not some weird parenthetical mistake or some fluke. No, life is a process on the scale of star formation in terms of its ability to determine the final end state of the history of the universe. Life is evolving in the opposite direction, conserving order. It begins just as the DNA. The DNA is a molecular machine for conserving information, for conserving these nucleotide sequences as codons. And every time there's a mutation, it saves it. it saves it. In fact, there's one evolutionary biologist said we should view the first life form as the most perfect life form, because all life subsequently have been monstrously mutated forms driven away from the perfect original primal form, so that we could view ourselves, as the greatest accumulation of recessive genes in the cosmos. That's what makes us the way we are. So, I don't know. Does this touch anything for anybody?
Seems like one major genetic change that has to do with language is the forming of the human-type larynx, which apparently Neanderthal man didn't have. So there's a major genetic change that had to happen there to permit language.
Yes,
that was generated by a consciousness.
It could well have been entirely accidental. And then the person with the true breeding gene for the reshaped larynx, we're uniquely set up to do this, to emit small mouth noises. That's what we do. I mean, animals do this, but a very limited repertoire. But by just tiny expenditures of energy on the tongue and palate, we can produce a staggering variety of sounds, which we can rapidly link together in an infinite number of combinations. And this ability allows then the arbitrary assignment of meaning. See, I maintain that long before there was meaning, there was language. I mean, people did it to entertain each other. It's we distinguish between talking and singing, but I think before that distinction, people made small mouth noises for each other's amusement and edification around the fire at night, and probably had done this for thousands of years before someone said, hey, you know what we could do? A different game. Let's assign a sound to an object. Then when I hold up this object, you... Of course, they didn't say this, because you have to, but it's a dim groping and awareness. I mean, it must have burst over them with the same kind of force that the discovery of the differential calculus or Maxwell's equation, these are great truths, Small mouth noises can stand for things and throw open a doorway that leads who knows where.
So it presupposes at this point that the cognitive formation had been there before the linguistic label had come into existence, which kind of makes me interested more in the nonverbal processes of the brain that are least looked into. Like we have this verbal versus the whole array of nonverbal things, but it seems to me like there's like how the egg develops in the inside of a hen. It has all these stages, and when we kill them in a hen, you can see 3-4 different eggs at different stages, and we just see one stage to this. But
that's right.
There has to be predispositions of meaningful nonverbal stuff before the label came into.
Well, like what are we to make of a phenomenon like glossolalia? Are you all familiar with what that is? Glossolalia is speaking in tongues. This is when people in a hyped up state of arousal begin to either speak an ancient language previously unknown to them, or that's actually technically called xenoglossia, or they speak an unknown language, unknown to anybody, but highly emotionally charged and somehow related to their religious beliefs, which are in the Christian context, usually this Pentecostalism in Protestantism or evangelical Catholicism. But the reason I bring it up is because psilocybin is a glossolalia inducer. This is one of the things it does. It causes or makes accessible glossolalia. And what does that mean? That a psychedelic drug can trigger spontaneous vocalizations and there you see the meaning is archetypical somehow. The meaning, it's like a mantric language, not a dictionary language. The meaning is locked into the sound. And I think, people like Robert Graves and other people have suggested that before history, there may have been a primary poetic language that was a language of sound, so that anyone hearing it understood the meaning, because the meaning was implicit. It didn't depend on a common dictionary. This may be true, I don't know. I know that when you're stoned on ayahuasca and these guys sing in Quechua and in these other forest languages, who knows what, pictures form and they move at the speed of the song, and they are, perhaps this is the argument against their being taken seriously, they are what you might expect, They are about the river and the people and heart and brown water and sunlight on stone, and you're seeing all this while the guy is, and you have a very strong sense that this is a shared thing. And many people on ayahuasca report what's called the nature walk phenomenon, which is ayahuasca doesn't speak like psilocybin, but it shows, and it's like a searchlight. It shows you things in the jungle. You're just sitting still in the dark hut, and yet it's showing you plants, and you have these intuitions of what it's for, And I'm sure if you took ayahuasca a lot and moved in and walked around in the jungle, the speed of the reinforcement, the teaching schedule, it is teaching you. It is teaching you. Psilocybin is the same way. It's almost like a cassette home study course. It starts off where it left off each time and just carries you deeper and deeper into this thing. The elves, contacted by myself and other people in the DMT flash, teach something about language. I'm sure you've heard me go on at great length about the translinguistic language, the language which is beheld rather than heard, something you can do with your voice to make other people see pictures instead of string meanings together. And this is what they are toying with, a human ability just out of reach of the majority of us, requiring discipline, chemical reinforcement, and most importantly, the knowledge that such a thing is possible, how would anyone ever stumble on to something like this unless they had good clues? Yeah.
Perhaps you could comment on a somewhat related phenomenon that happens with peyote in Native American church. In that service, that ceremony, they sing two kinds of songs. One's a song that doesn't have any words, and another is a song that has sounds interspersed with meaningful words in a native language. And it's a fairly common phenomena, especially when you get several different tribes in a teepee together having a meeting, that if they eat enough peyote, they'll start spontaneously translating one tribe's language into another. You'll hear the song as if it was your own language.
That's right. This kind of thing goes on. Well, peyote, I think, is another one of these language and information inducers. There are stories that are hard to know what to do with. Gordon Wasson tells a story. I think the second time they went to the Sierra Mazateca, he took the mushroom, and he took more than he intended, and had this glossolalia and sang for hours and hours in an unknown language. And when he came down to Huatla in the morning, people said, "We heard you singing last night. We didn't know you spoke Mazatecan. You sing beautifully." And the botanist Theodore Koch-Grunberg, the famous story about him when he was on the upper Putumayo, moving along the boat in a river, and the man he'd hired, the boatman, said, "The vine calls," and turned the boat into the side of the shore and got his machete and rushed into the bushes and was back in 20 minutes with a huge length of ayahuasca. And, this whole thing. I had a very odd experience. In the spring of '75, I was taking, when we were working out the growing techniques, I was taking and testing a lot of batches of mushrooms, and it would sing to me. And one particular night, there was all this information, and the end of every sentence, it would say the word "says," like sa-da-da-da-da-da, says. Well, then about 3 weeks later, I was reading Wasson's book, The Wondrous Mushroom, and he mentions that in not even Mazatecan, but the other language, Mixtec, in the Mixtec hymns to the mushroom, the end of every line is ended with the word dzin, zin, which means says. So it translates into your own language for you, you know, but it's saying the same thing, whether you're a Sierra Mazatecan shamaness or whether you're, you know, a graduate of Cal Berkeley. And this communicating thing is a total challenge. I don't know if we can handle it, our society, because we believe, you know, that we're the top of the pyramid and disembodied voices are pathological, and I'm not sure how we can come to terms with it. But we're now getting down to bedrock in terms of talking about all this, in that this language issue and the evolution of language, the relationship of language to reality, the relationship of language to brain states, to drugs, to brain states, somewhere in this area the answer will lie. And by the answer, I mean an ability to enter into these states and control them and manipulate them the way we want to. It's like an energy. I didn't used to... it took me a long time to buy the idea that Western civilization had missed something of primary importance. Maybe of a little importance, you know, but not of primary importance. But I grow more and more convinced that everything is culture-bound. Even mathematics is culture-bound, you know. Yeah.
As you talk, I get the impression that you're not talking so much as maybe as many psychologists would about how certain drugs can unlock pre-known knowledge or whatever from the brain, but rather you're talking about communication from something outside.
Yeah, I don't buy these reductionist theories. I think, you know, I've made the metaphor that the discovery, the great intellectual adventure, or one of them, of the 20th century, has been the discovery and description of the unconscious. And it begins with Freud, who discovered that people have dirty minds, essentially. In other words, he just dropped down one level and saw that there was this whole psychomental life which nobody was talking about, but which was all tied up with how we really think and feel. And then no sooner had he gotten this fairly well laid out and working the way he wanted than his student Jung broke away from him and said, yes, that's all true, but the entire sexual complex has to be centered in a larger sphere, which I will call the collective unconscious, and which will include not simply personal traumatic material and repressed wish fulfillment and all this stuff, but also the traumatic material and suppressed wish fulfillment and psychic dominance of the species. And this seemed like a very far out idea. It meant that we were all somehow connected and that cultural patterns, you see, in the 19th century, they always tried to trace on the ground how a goddess or a magical belief got from one place to another, because they reasoned how else could it be transmitted. Jung blows that all up and says, well, people will spontaneously invent the same religious forms, the same rituals, the same notions worldwide, because that's just how people are. Now I think that what the tryptamine hallucinogens hold out is a new level in defining and enunciating what the unconscious is. It's that beyond the Freudian position, beyond the Jungian concern with the images embedded in the species mind, actually a major portion of what's called the unconscious has nothing to do with human beings and is much more like a landscape or a place than it is like repressed memories or archetypal images. It simply is a place. And many researchers have confirmed that when you take psychedelics, when they start people out on LSD, the first trips are usually personalistically oriented. how screwed up I am, I don't love the right people, I don't like myself, I'm not doing it, all this. And it's very painful for people because it is condensed psychoanalysis, basically. But if they will persist, and many people don't, they just say, my God, who needs this? I'm worried enough as it is, I don't need to dwell. But if you persist, then that stops, because you can only be so screwed up, you know, and you get it worked out. You actually come into a place of maturity. Then the Jungian the survey of these deeper levels of the psyche, these contact with dominance, seems to be what the psychedelic experience is. And the dominants, though, are usually presented as guardians of gateways, almost in a Gnostic schema where the soul has to ascend through gateways to escape the machinery of fate. If you persist beyond that, you reach the topology that shamanism describes, a place with a howling wind, a doorway onto a desolate plain, a howling wind, all these descriptions, but the main stress is geological and topological, a surface into which you go, no longer self-doubting, or, you know, not at least so self-doubting that it's interfering with your functioning. And this dimension is the one that is real puzzling, because if it was puzzling to explain how the Jungian information was coded in the brain, it's even more puzzling to explain how these topologies with no apparent tangentiality to human concerns could be there. And I think that what's going to have to give way to assimilate all this is the notion that the mind is something causally related to the brain. I don't think it is. And this has been an article of faith for 200 years, that eventually we would show that the activity, at first chemical and finally electrical, of the brain is causally related to thought. I don't think it is. I think that that the hidden force in the world, that all the shouting and jumping up and down is about, is mind, and that that the brain is a piano and the mind is Horowitz. And you will never understand Horowitz by picking apart the piano. Now, the problem here is it sounds like an absolute dualism. If the mind is not an electrical, the ongoing electrical functioning of the brain, what is it? I think that it's the part of the human body that you can't see. It's an organ. But, you know, who has seen their pancreas? And yet we all believe it's there. Well, but notice that there's something odd about, if you think of people as objects, which you're not supposed to do, by the way, but if you think of them as objects for a moment, you notice something very odd about them, that they are a very special class of objects. They change through time. Stones, chairs, buildings, these things don't. But the class of objects called people change through time. It's almost as though for a person to exist, there has to be an added dimension. No object can live, so that people are hyperdimensional objects. The fact of our living proves that we're hyperdimensional objects. We require the dimension of time in order to be. A rock doesn't. I mean, a rock is fully a rock in a microsecond. A person is not fully a person except in a lifetime, or at least certainly a span of time longer than a microsecond. So being alive proves that there is an intersection of a higher topological manifold, and that's what biology is. Biology is objects which live, objects which have time bounded into them in some way. Well, then mindedness is the binding in of yet a higher dimension. And the brain perceives the mind, but the mind is not part of it. I think it's another organ of the body. The brain perceives the stomach. When you say you have a stomach ache, It is your mind, it is your brain which is processing these nerve signals and telling you this. And the brain is the mind is the hidden organ of the human body. And when you take psychedelics, you see this hidden organ. You exercise it. You move into it. And it's a very strange organ because it has this higher dimensional quality to it. But it's a part of humanness. It can't be taken away from it. But its relationship to the brain is very specious, and too much energy has been put into that. The whole problem, you see, with psychedelic drugs is to really understand them, you must take them. And this poses problems that science normally doesn't have to grapple with. Scientists don't like that. They like to stand as far away from their subject matter as possible and believe that it is running through its changes completely without their intercession or input. And we're not getting a good picture of the activity of psychedelic drugs by giving them to prisoners or to people who have been pre-selected for some pre-selected sociopaths.
What about channeling?
You mean channeling voices and that kind of thing?
Experiencing, not standing away from it.
And well, no, you have to stand into it. This has been the problem. You see, the whole thing in the 19th century, all sciences wanted to emulate physics in terms of the elegance of the predictability, the highly mathematicized way in which quantity could be assigned to all the values manipulated. And to be a science, that's what it meant, to be as much like physics as possible. And it's always eluded psychology. Psychology is just whistling in the wind in terms of being a science, because sciences usually start out with a definition of their subject matter and psyche.
All right. Well, I've been streaming for a very long time. It's been a very good night back, but I think I'm gonna raid someone. I don't know how many people I have in my stream right now, but let's see who's streaming. Jay is streaming. I don't know. Let's find someone random. Let's browse. Go to creative. Let's go to chatting and find queer people. And let's find someone with a small number of viewers. 8 hours of studying with someone. Anime stream. None of these are exactly my sort of style. Let's go to creative and see LGBT. LGBTQ. Okay. I want to check OBS again really quickly too. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Let's jump in.